It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, June 29th, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I hope you're doing well. It's our final show for the month of June. Great month to be alive. It's beautiful outside. Everyone is buzzing. It's a massive week in combat sports. It's a massive week in Las Vegas. Last stop before Las Vegas. Last stop before International Fight Week. I shall be there. My much-anticipated, long-awaited return to Sin City. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be, dare I say, like the kids like to say, lit. I hear some people saying litty these days. I don't know. It's gonna be a good time. We're gonna be meeting up. We're gonna be doing a bunch of stuff. It's gonna be great. International Fight Week is always fun. Someone asked me, why is this so special? I'm not really sure why it's so special. I mean, it's a good card. It's a regular card. A couple title fights. But, you know, it's the Expo stuff. It's the Hall of Fame. It just has a little more trinkets, a little more pizzazz. Now, right off the top, I am sitting here. I do want to note it is 1 Eastern, 1:01 to be exact. I do believe someone on the team questioned whether or not I'd be sitting here at 1 o'clock. Who was it? I don't remember.
I think it was one of the PAs.
Yeah. Anyway, I was just waiting for the apology. Someone was like,
I'm sorry.
No, listen, question.
But it got canceled.
Yeah, it got canceled.
So
but look,
somebody did it.
Yeah, you know, listen. Them's the facts. Yes, unfortunately, the press conference that was supposed to take place 2 hours ago at Madison Square Garden, hosted by me. It was a big opportunity. I was very excited. Jake Paul, Tommy Fury, canceled. The press conference canceled. Fight, not canceled, at least not yet. Seems to be somewhat in jeopardy. As you may have heard yesterday, Tommy Fury denied entry into the U.S. Now, he was still at Heathrow when he was denied. He was pulled aside, said his visa was not going to be accepted. There's been some reports that it's due to his family's connection to Daniel Kinahan. His brother, of course, has worked with him. The family has worked with him. I actually feel like one of the big stories that isn't being talked about as a result of this news is how does this affect Tyson Fury and his business dealings here in the United States? How does this affect MMA fighters who have dealt with Mr. Kinahan, Darren Till being the most notable one, and others as well? We had that fighter a couple of months ago at the Apex. Give a shout out to Kinahan. So it's not done yet. It's unfortunate. I said yesterday this fight is starting to feel like the Khabib-Tony version of boxing. And then all the white knights, including my good friend Michael Chiesa, came out of the woodwork. I tweeted that. I had a very emotional day yesterday. I had to drive 6 hours to drop off my two boys at Sleepaway Camp. And if you're wondering whether or not I cried like a baby, I did cry like a baby. I cried like someone punched me, but I didn't cry while I said goodbye to them. I was very proud of myself. It was only after they walked away. I was very emotional. I did tell my older son to give me a thumbs up whenever he takes his pictures, like they take bung pictures and whatnot. And then at night, I saw they posted one and he had 2 thumbs up, and that made me cry even more. So I'm feeling very emotional. I'm feeling very vulnerable. I will not be speaking to them for a month, which blows my mind because they're just babies in my eyes. And it was just tough. So, you know, I'm sitting there in a kind of moment of sadness. I'm like, oh. And now the press conference is canceled. Womp, womp. So I tweet, this is starting to feel like Khabib-Tony. And then I check my phone like 3 hours later, and I'm just bombarded. Ew, how dare you compare this to Khabib-Tony? Ew, this is the worst hot take of all the... It's not a hot take, you morons. What I was trying to say was it's a fight that feels like it keeps being talked about, booked, and keeps getting canceled for one reason or another. Of course, I am not comparing it skill-wise to Khabib-Tony. I'm just saying it feels like these guys are cursed when booked together. Oh, how dare you? Oh, oh, God. I mean, any chance to just jump on someone, people just like, listen, of course, all right? I know it's one of the best boxing matches of all time. All I'm saying is it compares in terms of the bad luck to what we've seen with Khabib-Tony. These are weird circumstances, all right? So everyone just chill out, take it down a notch, and get over yourselves. Now, A lot to discuss on today's program. We got a big day. Wednesday is always fun around these parts because we answer your questions on the nose, back into the show. You know the drill. Helwani.substack.com is where you can leave the questions. We haven't done this in a couple of weeks, so I'm looking forward to your questions. Okay, 72 or so. Prior to that, we're going to check in with GC, get his big picks for 276. Remember, on Monday, we did the International Fight Week draft with New York Rick. Everyone's been talking about how great my picks were. I mean, 5-0, that's what people are predicting. I don't want to be that guy, but a lot of people have been hyped about what I've been, who I've been picking. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Valerie Loureda, Bellator fighter, active Bellator fighter, current Bellator fighter, be in studio, and she's going to make a big announcement. Breaking news. Not as big as Jessica Rose Clark's breaking news on Monday, Sexy Boy, but pretty damn big. She'll be in studio at 3 o'clock. Mark your calendars. 2:30, Mateusz Gamrot, who had the big win over Arman Tsarukyan, will join us. Looking forward to talking to him. 2 o'clock, Eugene Bareman, head coach at City Kickboxing, will join us. Talk about the big weekend for them. Obviously, Israel Adesanya. Obviously, Alex Volkanovski. Obviously, Brad Liddell. Big weekend once again for CKB. 1:30, Glover Teixeira will join us, the now former UFC light heavyweight champ. Talk about what's next for him. He's in Las Vegas for Alex Pereira, who has the big fight against Sean Strickland this Saturday. But first, let's talk to a man who around 10 or so days ago in Austin had a massive win over Calvin Kattar in the main event of their fight. What a crowd that was. What a card that was. Tremendous action. The main event was great as well. We're talking to one of the hottest featherweights in the UFC right now. He has won 5 in a row. Afterwards, he said he wanted the winner of this weekend's fight between Alex Volkanovski and Max Holloway. Josh Emmett, kind enough to join us right off the bat here on the program. And yes, I did forget to give a shout out to DraftKings. Before I do that, Josh, let me just say hello to you. This show brought to you by DraftKings. DraftKings Sportsbook is the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use code TheMMAHour for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code TheMMAHour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Okay, I screwed that up. A lot going on. Hello, Josh. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's great to be here.
It's great to talk to you. Where are you right now?
I'm actually in a hyperbaric chamber. So
what?
Hope you right. Yeah, I'm in a space shuttle. It looks like.
What are you doing in there?
I use it for recovery, and so with obviously like the bruising and some of the little cut I had on my eye. I'm at this place called Restore Hyper Wellness. I've been doing cryo and hyperbaric every single day and red light therapy. So within like 5-6 days, I was back to new. And then my wife took out the stitches this morning. So
wow,
good to go.
Wow. Now, Is it safe to be using a phone in there?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
It's decompressurized, and then it's like right now you're getting like 19 or 20% oxygen. While I'm in here, I'm getting 95% oxygen.
Oh my god.
So helps speed up the recovery. Helps with open wounds and things like that. So it's just something that I use a ton in my training and post fight as well.
How long do you sit in there for?
90 minutes.
Golly, what do you do to pass the time?
Usually this is the time when I can, get caught up on everything. I can return phone calls. I can text people back, email people, or I'll just kind of relax, just listen to music, pre-fight. It's really the only time that I'm not like running around all over the place. So okay. I do wait. I feel much better while I'm in here and especially when I get out.
So how is your face feeling? I saw the pictures. You've obviously, we're looking at you right now. We saw how you looked after the fight. You look great. Obviously you have the scar up here, but otherwise pretty damn good. How is the face? Yeah, it's great.
For me, I feel like it's I always say my light complexion. I'm so damn pale or whatever you want to call it. So it's I just get marked up. I get hit in the face. I always get red. I had a cut under that eye already, and with Kattar's jab, he just kind of opened it early, and then it just got a little bigger. It wasn't a deep cut, but it looked bad. It looked a lot worse than it actually was.
Did you suffer, like, to me, when I saw your eye afterwards, I thought broken orbital, and we saw none of that.
Yeah, no, I'm good. It's like I said, within my eye was swollen shut,
Yeah.
and then within like 2 days, it opened up, and the swelling went down, and the cut is healed. So yeah, I'm ready to get back in there. I actually feel really good after that fight. Like, my body feels great. I'm just kind of itching to get back in the gym, but I'm going to go out to Vegas this weekend and partake in some of the International Fight Week festivities, and then I'll get back to work when I get home.
Yeah, because originally, like, when I saw that photo, I know you've had your issues in the past with, facial fractures and whatnot. And I was like, oh, no. I mean, if there's one guy who has had his fair share of bad luck in terms of injuries, it's part of the game. I get it. I just didn't want to see you go through all of that all over again. Is there any residual effect from that stuff anymore? Does it ever rear its head, or no more?
Yeah, no more. That from the Stevens fight that happened, man, over 4 years ago. So it's like, I'm good. Besides, I still have some numbness on my face, but hey, maybe that's a positive.
Okay. Why would that be a positive, by the way? Just because when you get punched, you don't feel it? Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Have you watched the fight? Have you gone back and watched the fight?
Yeah, I did. I actually watched it a few days ago. Yeah, I watched it a few days ago. I still feel like, I know I was seeing a lot of things with people, and I know it was a close fight. Calvin Kattar is he's a phenomenal fighter. I still feel like I won that fight. I still feel like I won 4-1. Like, that's just my opinion. My coaches are pretty confident in that. And worst case, with some of the rounds being so close, give him another round. It's still 3-2. It's still unanimous. So what do you think?
I thought, I was going to say, just in the interest of full transparency, I've watched it once, and upon watching it live, I thought he won 3-2. I don't think it was a robbery. I don't think it was, it was a super close fight, super competitive fight. I think that fourth round is what it came down to. And I thought he got the fourth round. Now, who the hell am I? But that's just, I'm not going to sit back and cower from it. I tweeted it after the fight. I thought that he won, I think it was, I don't remember what it was, but I know the fourth round was one that I disagreed with. And so I was wondering, if you watched it again, in which rounds you thought you won decisively?
I thought I won 1 through 3.
Okay.
The fourth round, still watching that was his best round. If you go back and watch that and turn off the commentators, I still feel like, yeah, he's landing his jab. He landed a spinning elbow that was a good shot. But even though you'll see me pick it up, and I'm still throwing combinations, I'm working the body, I'm working the head, I'm still pressuring him back. It's like he was being pesky with that jab. And I just feel like it didn't do a whole lot. I know it can score on judges' scorecards, but I think I was landing the more significant strikes. I was moving him a lot. Yeah, and then the fifth round was close, but it's still, man, I don't know. I feel like those fourth and fifth rounds could have gone either way, but I still give it to him. I still think I decisively won 1 through 3, and then I can argue how I won, even possibly the fifth round or even the fourth round. You just have to go back and watch it. But I still feel like it should have been unanimous towards me. But at the end of the day, I'm happy with the win. I went in there to win, and I got the job done. So I'm on to the next.
So before you got on the microphone, and don't blame you at all for saying you wanted next, as far as the title is concerned, I was like, all right, Josh won, you won 5 in a row. I was thinking, what I put out there was, I thought you versus Arnold Allen would make a lot of sense because he's won 9 in a row, and I thought you were the next guys. But then you said the title shot. So can you tell us, why do you think you deserve the winner of Max Holloway versus Alex Volkanovski?
I'm one of the only fighters that has not got to fight the guys at the top. I feel like Yair and Ortega, they both fought the guys. They're great fighters, but they're going to fight each other. So whoever wins that, they're going to be on a 1-fight winning streak. I'm on a 5-fight winning streak. I beat guys in the top 10. I beat guys in the top 5. Arnold Allen is also a great fighter, but has he beat anyone in the top 10? No. He fought, which is a great fighter. But I just feel like I'm next. I feel like that was a title eliminator. I feel like it was for the number one contender spot, and I got the job done. I got the win, and I feel like we need to mix some things up in the featherweight division. And I've been knocking on Alexander Volkanovski's door for a while. I feel like it's time for him to answer.
Yeah. No, I don't hate that. And you do bring up a great point about fighting top 10 guys, and Arnold hasn't. And he's been, somewhat inactive as well, fighting like once a year and a half or so. Did the UFC tell you, have they told you or your management after the fight, all right, you are next?
No, I haven't. Haven't heard anything yet. I'm just kind of waiting to see what happens this weekend. There's a lot of different ways we could play things out, but I'm kind of waiting to see how these fights pan out, and then I just want to hear it from Dana White. I want to hear him say, Josh is next. So we'll see what happens in the coming days and weeks.
Who do you think wins this weekend in the trilogy?
It's tough. I've been saying, like, Max is a great fighter. Volkanovski is a great fighter, but it's hard for me to go against Volkanovski. He's a champion. He's undefeated in the UFC. He's on a 20-plus fight winning streak. He's beat Max twice, even though the second one was so close. It's just hard for me to go against him, but both guys continue to get better and better, and then they show it in their fights. Max comes back, puts on a amazing performance against obviously Calvin Kattar, and then Yair, and then same thing with Volkanovski. He continues to get better and better and evolve, and I feel like people don't give Volkanovski the credit he really deserves. He's one of the pound for pound greats. But I am kind of leaning towards him just because they fought 50 minutes already. They both know each other. I wouldn't be surprised if it went either way, but if I had to bet on it, I would lean towards Volkanovski.
Is there a result that you think makes your chances of fighting for the belt next greater? In other words, this guy wins, all right, I have a better shot. Do you think it's if, Volkanovski wins third time, all right, there's no chance. Holloway wins, I feel like they could run it back for a fourth time then? Like, what do you think? Is there a guy that you're leaning towards only because it would then help you out?
Yeah, and being, selfish, I guess. At the end of the day, I don't ever wish anyone to lose because we're all trying to achieve the same thing. But if Volkanovski wins for the third time, I feel like that solidifies him and Max. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's really no other option than to have me fight next for the title. So being selfish, I'm picking Volkanovski to win, and he's got the job done twice already. So, MMA is a crazy sport. There's really anything can happen. So I just have to sit back and see.
A couple of weeks ago in Singapore, when they had the pay-per-view there, I thought it was really smart of Jan Blachowicz to be sitting cage side when Jiri won. He walked out. They had a little moment. Not saying that he was like trying to fabricate anything, but I always feel like if you want the next fight, the title fight, it's good to be in the building. It's good to be seen. Are you going to attend 276 so that they show you on camera, that there's maybe a moment there so that people kind of link you with the title fight?
Yeah, no, I'll be there. I'll be in the building. I'll be in the T-Mobile Arena. I'm going out there for International Fight Week, and then I'll definitely be, keeping close eyes on that fight for sure.
Okay, that is good. That is smart. I like that. In the build up to this fight, when you're in the main event, there's a greater spotlight on you. There's more, the UFC followed you guys around. There's bigger features written, all that stuff. And, a lot of personal stuff was being written about your past, about what you've been through, about your brother's passing, about your trials and tribulations, the health and whatnot. Difficult for you to talk about all of that before you're about to get into a fight? Are you used to it now, numb to it? How is that for you? Because this isn't easy stuff that you're discussing and what you've been through over the last few years.
Yeah, no, it's and that's some of the thing. Like my friends and my family, they know me, they know everything about that. I don't like to. I just really don't like to. A lot of times, I don't tell the media, I don't tell anyone a lot of things. I really just kind of stick to fighting, but. I know the producers and stuff, they were saying, like, we know you're a fighter. You only post stuff on social media when you're fighting. We want to know, like, kind of why you do this and get to know more, like, personal just personal things about me. And it's like, I hate talking about it just because it, like, I don't know, it just hurts. So I just kind of keep everything in. But I kind of, talked about things and just the reason why I fight, the reason why I am the athlete and person I am today. Just through, tough things I've gone through, but I feel like everyone has a story. So that's why I don't do it to, like, I don't want anyone to feel like sorry for me. I don't do it for like views or whatnot. It's just like, I just kind of let them in a little bit. And of course it's tough to talk about. It just cause then it gets me thinking about things and it's hard, but
This game is somewhat of a popularity contest, right? So I feel like if you let people in a little bit and they get a little bit more emotionally invested in your story and who you are, then they'll push for you to get things like title shots and makes you, more famous and more popular and things like that. So there is a balance there, right? Like you can't completely shut the world off, even though it's super personal. And I would agree with you, not very pleasant to talk about because it hurts so much. I do feel like there's kind of a method to the madness of letting people in a little bit so that they get to know you and really want to root for you and get behind you and propel you to the top, right?
Yeah, no, I do agree. And I talked to my manager and stuff like that, and he was kind of filling me in on these things. So, but it is, it's tough, like you said, but I totally get it. And people can relate to me. I feel like I relate to a lot of people. People just, the fans don't know, but now they know a little bit,
At any point in the last couple of years, like really since that Stevens fight, did you think that you were done? Did you contemplate not fighting anymore? Did you feel like just everything was stacked against you and you wouldn't be able to realize your potential?
No, like I knew deep down, like I feel like I was, and it sounds cliche or whatnot, but I feel like I was put on this earth to do great things. I feel like I knew I was going to be successful. So even though I was going through some tough times with the vertigo and, the injuries in the past, I just knew in my heart that with time it would get better and I would be back to, I'll get back to myself. I'll be back to my winning ways. And, my goal has been to be a world champion this entire time before I got in the UFC. And I'm sticking to it. And now like the title is within reach and, it's our time. And, I'm ready to go. I feel the best I've ever felt too.
If you didn't deal with those health issues, do you think you'd be champion already?
Yes. But it's okay. It's part of my story. It's part of the journey. I wouldn't have it any other way.
So, all right. So here you are. You feel like it's in reach, right? The belt is in reach. Would you be supremely disappointed? You know how this goes. Like nothing's guaranteed. If they say we want you to fight one more guy, end of the year, something like that. How would you react to that?
I don't know. We'll cross that road when we get there. But I really feel like I'm next in line. I don't see any other fight to make, than to have me fight for the title.
And would you like to fight again this year if possible? Do you feel like you'll be able to do that? I mean, obviously, if it's the belt, you have less of a choice, right? You got to just do what they want. But is that reasonable?
Oh, 100%. I feel great. I'm healthy. I want to stay as active as possible. So I know that the title fight is in a few days. So depending on the champion, when they want to fight, I will go anywhere, whether it's, anywhere in the world or in Vegas, they call. You don't even have to call me. They already know my answer.
Meaning if it's Australia, if it's Hawaii, things like that. Volkanovski deserves to fight in Australia. Like if he wins this fight, that would be an incredible scene. I feel like they can fill out any kind of stadium over there. That would be amazing. And I kind of feel like you would like a situation like that. All the pressure, the spotlight would be on him over there. You could just come in there and steal the belt.
I love it. Yeah, do it at the Marvel Stadium in Australia. I know it holds a ton of fans. I actually, I have some family over there too.
Wow.
Live in Sydney. So definitely we'd make a trip out of it and we'd stay there and kind of, travel, maybe go to New Zealand as well. I heard that's a beautiful place. So yeah, I would be up for it. Like I'm saying, 1 month, 4 months, 5 months, whatever it is. Hey, sign me up.
Your family Australian or they just live out there?
No, it's actually my my wife's cousin. They live out there.
Okay.
So they've been telling us to, come out there. We can stay with them. They'll show us around. And we haven't taken them up on it. But if that were the case, you better believe we would.
All right. Well, I hope it works out for you, Josh. Good luck. Maybe we'll see you out there in Las Vegas. And for your sake, I hope you get that title shot. You have been through a lot. You certainly have earned it. You've gone the hard route to get to this point. But 5 in a row in this weight class is nothing to sneeze at. And you have come a very long way, and you've overcome a lot. So congrats on the win recently, and good luck in trying to get that title shot after Saturday.
Thanks, Ariel. You have a good one, man. Nice seeing you.
Yes, same here. There he is, Josh Emmett, joining us from a hyperbaric chamber. I don't believe we've ever had someone join us from a hyperbaric chamber. My chair was a little...
That was fun, though.
Yeah, it was fun. I'm sure you loved that from an audio standpoint. I'm sure you were thrilled.
It's nice to have a challenge. Yeah.
It's always fun when they ask you, do you... I was just about to tell him, to be honest, but he's like, who do you think won? I'm like, well, I actually thought the other guy won. And that's not a personal attack. That's not an insult or anything like that. There has to be a winner and there has to be a loser. It's just the way it goes. But there's no denying that he is one of the top dogs at 145 pounds. He has won 4 in a row, and he's definitely in that mix. And he does bring up a very good point. Compared to Arnold Allen, I will say he has more quality victories. He definitely has more quality victories. There's no doubt about that. Michael Johnson, Mirsad Bektik, actually was supposed to fight Arnold Allen back in January of 2020, got canceled. Shane Burgos, big time win. Dan Ige, and then the Calvin Kattar split decision. Obviously had that really brutal loss to Jeremy Stevens back in 2018. Feels like eons ago, but in terms of quality wins, he definitely has more. Will they give him the nod over Arnold? I suggested having him fight Arnold in a number 1 contender fight. See what happens. Arnold obviously would have been a shoo-in for that 0-2 card, July 23rd, but he is still banged up. So he is not going to fight on that card, and that has been an issue with him. He gets banged up after most of his fights, and I'm certain that the UFC would be somewhat hesitant to put someone who gets hurt so often in a title fight, because then you don't want the champion, if he wins the belt, to be sidelined. By the way, speaking of the featherweight division, we know that Cub Swanson is going to be inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame this Thursday for his tremendous fight against Doo-Ho Choi, Korean Superboy. And in honor of that tremendous honor, they have just released, and he just sent this to me, Super Cub. Here he is. Dun, 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 dun. Do we have any super music?
Dun, 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 dun.
Thank you. That's perfect. Never fear, Super Cub is here. All proceeds for the sale of this limited cuddly stuffed bear will be donated to help underprivileged young athletes. All bears are numbered and come with a hand-signed hang card. Did I rip that off? I might have ripped that off. Golly, why did I do that? Oh, here it is. 1 second. Yes, here it is. Wow, this is 1 of 300. I need to put this back on. It's you can put it right here. I have number 1 of 300 right here, guys. Do we have some breaking news music? This is a big deal. 1 of 300 right here, and it is signed. Thank you, Cub. All bears are numbered and come with a hand-signed hang card by featherweight fighter Cub Swanson. Only 300 bears. I have one. I have number 1 of 300. It's one of the biggest moments of my life. Are available right now with a $50 donation. Shop Virus International. So it's virusintl.com, at virusintl for more information. Give back and be a hero for these young athletes in need. They go on sale tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific. That's Thursday, June 30th at 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 Eastern. This is great. And we have one for the studio now. How about that? Virus International. So again, virusintl.com is where you can buy this, or at virusintl for more information. Cub Swanson doing good as he is going to be inducted for his tremendous fight back in Toronto several years ago against Dooho Choi. This is the Super Cub Bear, and it's for a great cause. What a mensch. That I like this. I might give this to my daughter. I mean, this thing is great. Great guy. Met him. Going to be inducted Thursday, Hall of Fame, and using that honor and that platform to do good for others, underprivileged athletes. You got to love that. You got to respect that. So go check that out. Now, we'll move along to our next guest. This man involved in the best fight of the year, without a doubt, 2022, the front runner as we approach the midway point of the year. I mean, the front runner for fight of the year has to be the fight that we saw just a couple of weeks ago in Singapore, UFC 275. It was Jiri Prochazka versus Glover Teixeira. Unfortunately for him, it didn't go his way, but take nothing away from what transpired in that fight on that night. The great Glover Teixeira once again putting on an incredible performance, and he is kind enough to be joining us from Las Vegas. He is there to corner his training partner and good friend, his understudy, if you will, Alex Pereira, before his massive fight against Sean Strickland this weekend. Do we have Glover with us? There he is. Glover, my friend, how are you? Thank you for doing this.
How you doing, man? I'm doing good.
I'm doing really well. Thank you. I appreciate the time. I know it's a big weekend for you guys, and I want to ask you about Alex in a moment. But I do want to ask, obviously, first and foremost, a couple of weeks removed from Singapore, how are you dealing with the loss? How's the aftermath?
Hey, man, it is what it is. Dealing is just living the life at fully, living the present, live the past, take, for over there, it doesn't matter. Just got to focus on the present and focus on what I wanted to do it, and pretty happy, focus on, trying to get the rematch, just keep it focused on the next step.
Are you the kind of person after a fight like that, like, do you replay it a lot in your mind? Are you thinking about it constantly?
Not much, man. The next day I watched, we were in Singapore, I was like, I was in my friend's room and we saw the fight and I was like, let's watch it. I watch it, but like, that's it, never watch it again. I don't think too much about it. Not really.
When you watch the fight, like what did you take, as a lesson? What did you walk away with after you watched it on television?
I watched it the very next day, man. It was like, it's like feel like as I was feeling in the fight, in the fight during the rounds, I go in the fifth round, go in the fourth round, I feel like, I'm winning this round. Maybe a couple rounds over there that I thought in my mind, like, maybe I didn't win this one, But going in the fifth round, I was pretty confident as I was winning the fight, and I was very, off the fourth round. Going back to fifth, I was just confident. That was, that's it. It's gonna keep the pace, keep the same pace, and it's still the champion. It's gotta keep the pace, and for that moment there, sleep for a second, man. It's like a car accident. You sleep for a second and boom.
Amazing. It's an incredible thing because you were in mount with like a little over a minute to go. Like if someone just turned it off, they would have thought for sure you were en route to victory. Because I had you up 3-1 going into the fifth, so you had that minute left. So what do you remember from that moment where everything changed?
Nothing, man. Just keep going the pace, keep the fighting. He was very tough to hold him in the ground. He was using the fence very well. And working on that, working in a scramble, feeling good about it. Well, for the moment, but tired, tired, but, but a good tired, not crazy. I felt like he was breathing hard, when you feel tired, but, the other guys is actually felt more tired than you give that confidence. You get that, and maybe that's how you felt it too. I don't know. But for the moment there, I just I don't know what happened. I didn't even watch what happened. I just put my, I know he got out of the position. I put my hand like this, because I was figured out the next move, Figured out the next move, hit it over here, maybe get up, maybe turn around, see what's going to happen. But he went in too quick, And it was like, it's crazy, you know. I watched that movie, it's like, what are you going to do, man? It was his night, you know, because it's a move that, you know, it's not hard to defend, you know what I mean? It's not something crazy. It's not hard to defend the move. Is you put the hand over here, you block and you'll be good, you roll. But it was his night, you know, it was sinking good. I was tired, I couldn't reach the hand.
Right. And I was wondering about that. Was it probably because you were like, if that exact sequence happens in the first round, are you able to escape? Was it more because you were tired and just didn't have the energy to get out of it? Because we've never seen you get submitted. Like, you're so great on the ground. We've never seen that happen to you before, and that wasn't your traditional rear naked choke.
Yeah. You know, my defense is very good. This for sure, man. You know, Krylov. When I fought Krylov, I was going a single. He got me with that choke, you know. And Blachowicz went for that choke too when I went for the last takedown. When I mount him the second round there, he went for that choke, but he was not even close. But Krylov got me good with that choke. And I snored to get out of there, you know, but I think was in the maybe second round, fourth round, maybe. I think it was fourth round. But, you know, I don't know, man. It's like, for sure, the first round it'd be easy to get out.
Right.
You know?
Was that something you were very proud of, that you never had to tap in a fight? Like, does it bother you that, like, would you rather get knocked out than tap in a fight, or you don't care about that stuff?
Yeah, I'd rather not. None of those, man. I felt both of those. They both feel the same. It sucks, you know. But it is what it is, man. You're in the game. You go over there. It's kind of like it's a situation that going the fifth round is going like, you know, my coach asked me how you feel. I was like, I feel like a champ, you know. I feel like a champ. And he's like, that's it, man. You're a champ of the world. I feel like a champ. Because, like I say, the way I felt in the fourth round, I think I felt very good in the fourth round. I felt his power went away. And then going to the fifth round, I was like, you know, just going to keep the great game plan and start beating him in the fifth round there. And in my mind is this, right? I say, this guy cannot knock me out now. Just got to, of course, stay focused. But he already threw the best punches, right? And he did knock me out. So right now, the best chance that he had to win this fight is done. You know what I mean? I never, nobody did it, man. Nobody ever thought, right, you know, that he would submit me, you know? Nobody. And myself too, you know, it's a situation like, he submit me, that it did not even cross my mind, you know? And it happens, man. It's like, I don't know. I don't really care about it. You know, it's like, it's over. I'm just got to focus on the next step. You know what I mean? You know, tap or not tap, you know, got to let the ego go, you know. It's a fight, fighting the best in the world. I'm proud of the way I fought, you know, stay with the game plan. I know I did some mistakes there, but maybe because the game plan was the ground, was that game plan the whole time. Keep focused, close the distance, take him down, beat him in the ground, submit him, you know, and he was warrior. He was warrior. He was like, he shouldn't be walk around saying that he was not the best performance of his. I think it was a great performance. That's why we got the best fight of the year, because mine was great performance. You know, you know, stuff is nailed, but then my takedown was in point. My ground and pound is brutal. He should be proud and say that, man, it takes a lot of heart and determination to take that, because I know how hard my ground and pound is, man. I have one of the most brutal ground and pound in the ground game in UFC, you know, and he survived there and he got over, you know, and you know, he got the choke, but you know, that's why I felt like felt there was a mistake there. I was winning the fight 30 seconds away, 28 seconds away. I was still the champion, you know, and that's a fight that I see, and not just for me. not just for me. Any fight that I see that goes like that, I want to see a rematch.
Right?
Don't you?
Of
Don't
course.
You want to see a rematch?
Of course. And we'll get to the rematch in a moment, but I just want to ask a couple more things about the fight if I can. Is there anything about him that surprised you? Because he's got a bit of a funky style, so unless you're in there with him, maybe you're not really, sure of what he's bringing to the table. Anything about him surprise you?
Yeah, the groundscape. The ground, the way he was in the ground, he was training very well for the submission escape, for my ground game. He studied very well. So the surprise, not surprise. He was going to be tough, man. But I guess that's, to be honest, was the way he keep surviving in the ground, very good in getting out of the positions and not let me get in a position to go for submissions,
And I have to. What about the guillotine choke that's been talked about?
Yeah. His neck was right there. I knew. I felt the neck. It was tight, but I jumped. I jumped too soon. Maybe. I know. I did jump too soon. Not maybe. It's a reality. To hold the neck a little tighter, trying to start getting the choke like I did with Tehuna. I hold a little tighter first, start having him going to the ground, then jumping, But it was right there in the moment, man. He was dizzy. And like I say, his game plan was the ground and, went for the guillotine. It's like, it was a bad move, but hey, man, it was a try. It was a move that if he was right, I could finish the fight there,
What did you say to him after the fight? We saw a nice moment with you guys. Do you remember what you said to him?
I'd say enjoy, man. What a warrior. Was honor to fight a warrior like that. Respectful and to put a great fight like that. It's incredible. Just saying enjoy the belt.
Did you see, by the way, the scenes? I don't know if you saw the video, like when he came back home to Czech Republic. How many people were there? Were you surprised by that? Did you see any of that?
Yeah, it's incredible, man. It's nice, He's the first champion, huh?
Yeah.
In the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very good. It's nice for them.
I mean, but part of me was like, man, Glover deserved that scene too in Brazil. You didn't get that. Like you deserve that homecoming too.
We did it, man. We did it. We did it in the town. I put it like a percentage in my town was way more. The percentage. My town is very small.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'm very proud. I have like 98% of the people there.
That's
outside.
Fair. Danbury, yeah.
It's a small town. I'm just as proud. They did in Danbury a little bit. The pandemic was, hey man, I'm just I felt very, very happy with the belt, with the ceremony they did. Hey, and I'm here. I believe it. They're going to do it again.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Have you been told that you are getting a rematch, an immediate rematch against Jiri Prochazka? Are you next for the belt?
No, nothing yet, man. Man's been working on. George has been working on. That's the question. For George, and then, he comments something another day. But, we wait and see,
What do you think? Are you confident?
Feel good about it, yeah. I feel good about it, especially after dinner. Make a statement last night and feel that everybody wants to see. I feel good because I feel the support from the media, from everybody, from the fans.
Yeah.
So it's a possibility, yeah.
Yeah, I saw he did an interview with Aaron Bronstetter of TSN. He was asked about the immediate rematch, and it seemed like he was into it, open to it, but was a little non-committal. Like he didn't come out and say, "Yes, this is what we're doing." Are you is there any part of you that's nervous?
You think about it, everybody wants to see that fight, right? We didn't have to promote. We didn't have, right now he's the champion, right? If you think about it, he go for the pay-per-view money. This is the fight to sell, man, right now. We don't talk. We don't sell a lot of fight by talking, but we did the fight. And everybody wants to see that fight again, So it's a fight that makes sense for him too.
So we had Jiri on the show 2 weeks ago, and it seemed to me that he was leaning. Did I lose you?
Hold on. Hold on, no. The light went off.
Oh my God, that's wild. That's never happened before.
Because automatic, man.
Oh, those automatic lights. This has never happened. It's going to turn on and
Yes,
the Undertaker is going to be there.
No. It's on.
Okay.
It's automatic light.
No problem. So we had Jiri on a couple weeks ago, and it felt to me like he was leaning towards Jan Blachowicz next. They had their little thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like he would rather, like, are you worried that he's going to push for that one? Maybe because he knows how tough you are. Maybe because he wants something new. I don't know. What's the sense that you're getting from him?
I don't know. I feel like the fight can be done. It's just up to UFC. I think UFC pushing this fight is going to happen.
Are you let's say they come to you and say, no, we're going to do Jan. We're going to have you fight someone else. Are you going to be down with that? Are you going to be okay? Are you motivated to climb the ladder again?
I don't know, man. It's like I'm confident the rematch, and I'm thinking only one thing.
Okay.
I'm not trying to think too much about it.
All right.
I'm the kind of guy that let it happen kind of thing, and I push a little bit. Of course, I have to do my thing. We're working with Dana, and it's not something that I'm gonna be doing, crazy about it. It's there the fight, and I'll let it happen, and whatever happens, I'll see what's next,
Okay, fair enough. By the way, how was Singapore? Did you enjoy fighting out there? The time difference, all that stuff, fighting in the morning. What was the experience like for you?
It was beautiful, man. It was beautiful. Singapore, people there was amazing. Food was good. Beautiful country. Time was good. I sleep well. The weight cut, the way they did the weight over there was a little bit different. There was like the old ceremony. Yeah. But I have to cut the weight by 6 o'clock. I have to be there, cut the weight. Then I have to wait another 3 hours. So it's kind of got my. I kind of felt that weight a little bit, When I started recovering, I felt a little bit. But the next day, because it was more than 24 hours because we fought Sunday morning. So, I felt pretty good. There's nothing to complain. You saw the fight. Can't complain about the fight except the little part there. There was a technical mistake,
And fighting in the morning, no problem?
No problem.
Okay, that is good. All right, so now you're focusing your attention, at least for this week, on your boy Alex Pereira. He's in Las Vegas. Massive fight for him. This is a huge. Are you? Obviously you're confident. You're right. You've told me already that you think he should have already fought Izzy. He could beat Izzy now. But Sean Strickland, are you impressed with this guy? Because he has looked very good. Like I don't feel like Sean gets the respect that he deserves. Maybe because he's a bit of a crazy guy, but he says crazy things. But he's a very tough fighter. Are you impressed with what he's done as you look and prepare for him?
Yes. He's a very tough opponent. We know that. That's why he's there. This guy is like no joke. He's a very good striker. And we prepare for that. We know we're going to.
What, you think this is a 15-minute fight? Or do you feel like Alex can end it early?
Alex can end any fight early, Alex catch the right time, man. The power the guy have, he can fight anyone in the world, and he can end that fight, whatever he catches. But Sean Strickland is not like that, he's not easy to hit, and but it's time. If he's ready to go 3 rounds, Alex prepare for that too. But for sure, a guy like Alex, myself too, I'm always go, man. This is the thing. We always go for finish. We're trying to get the finish,
Have you guys?
That could be the mistake that I made in my last fight. You know what I mean?
You think so?
Going for finish.
Yeah, I guess with the guillotine, right? Yeah. Have you guys been told that if he wins, have you been told this decisively? He wins, you're getting a title shot.
Yeah, I think George has already said that to the media. George is the one to work with there. Yeah. Him and Alex. I'm just over there as a partner, man, training partner, friend.
Yeah, but
help him out in the ground.
He confides in you, right? Does he still live at your house?
No, he got his own place right now.
Oh, all right. You kicked him out?
He bring his kids. he bring his kids with him, you know, his kids over there, and his sister. So yeah.
You think Izzy would be?
Gamrot
You think Izzy would be okay to fight him? Like, do you think he'd be open to fighting him, or do you think he'd rather fight someone else, knowing how they, how the fights went in the past?
No, I mean, the fight is there already. You know, they say the winner of this fight and Alex, we of course will focus Strickland is the toughest now, but we looking, you know, we always looking the victory, and for sure, if he Adesanya win, that I think he will. You know, it's a tough fight too, but you know, for sure, him and Alex, man. You know, or either if Cannonier win, is him and, you know, the winner, him and Alex. But Adesanya already has been mentioned about it. He's been talking about it. It'll be on the internet that he'll be fighting Alex next. Yeah, he wants to fight Alex. He say
It would be a huge fight if they sell it the right way. They tell the story of their history. It would be incredible.
Huge fight. It's tense, man. Every time they kind of like, the signs around in the room, you know.
Oh.
So it kind of like everybody's tense.
Yeah.
Everybody is tense in UFC. All they employ, they kind of get tense because he's kind of what's this? Oh, he's in the other room, but like, you know, they don't want him to. Or I don't know if they don't want, or if
right.
Like, he's going over there. The signs that was there. You know, it's kind of like this.
Have they crossed paths at all with you around? Like, have they walked by each other?
And well, one time in my fight, when I was fighting, like I saw them cross, but they didn't talk to each other.
Right.
It's kind of like, that was when I fought Thiago, but not here. No, I haven't seen them cross paths.
Okay.
Maybe today.
Okay. Wow. Well, hopefully you'll be around in case anything, crazy goes down. That would be nuts. By the way, could I ask if they say to you, just going back to you, if they say to you, all right, we want you to fight in Europe against Jiri. I'm assuming you'd have no problem with that, right? Like, look at the crowd that showed up, all that. You don't care, right?
Yeah, anywhere, man. Fought anywhere, man. I was defend the belt, went to Singapore, I go anywhere to get it back.
And has the result changed the way you view the rest of your career, your timeline, your plans? Has it, obviously you thought you were going to win, you were confident, you talked about this, that has this now changed how you're viewing the last chapter?
Yeah, man. It's like I said before, that things always change. The way I fought Jiri is kind of make me think, man. The way I've been training, things that I've been doing. Of course, I wanted to improve more in the games that I improve. My striking has improved. Talk about 42 over here, improving striking, come back better. Striking with Jiri over there, and he got me a couple rounds there, stand up, and but then the later rounds, again, like I say, take those guys to deep water, and later rounds, I start beating them. So it just felt good, felt good, felt like the training is good. So I don't know, just gonna, keep fighting, man. Keep fighting, keep enjoying this. I love this so much,
It's crazy. It's crazy.
And I love it, and I'm still doing great, I'm still doing good. Like like what I asked with Cormier, it's not something that I love and, I'm not doing well anymore. It's just off, his injuries. I'm hurt, I'm struggling to do, but like I feel good, I really feel good. Of course I don't train like when I was 25 anymore, but this is working because I fought 5 rounds there and I felt good, it happens. It's like I say, technical mistake there, but.
It's a crazy thing, because the fight wasn't that long ago. Here you are talking about the fight. You lose your belt, you're smiling. If someone was watching right now and didn't see the fight, they would think that you have won the fight, like that you were the winner that night. It's amazing how you're just like so positive about everything.
It's kind of feel like that, man. It's like this fight is so much like I lost fights before, and this fight I lost, and it's like it's so much gratitude, the people give from the fight as the inspirational, oh my God, this is amazing. Because it was an amazing fight, and I appreciate fight like that. And it's great. It's a great, everybody there, everybody, man, all fans, they just come to me and ask for a picture and say congratulations, They, it's like, congratulations for the loss.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, yeah, I lost, they're right. But
just speaks to the respect that people have for you and how great that fight was. Could I just ask before I let you go, now that the first title run is done, is there anything, I mean, it was, you're such a humble guy, and I don't think anything changed, but do you look back and say, oh, I wish I did this differently or that differently? Did the belt ever, did you get, I don't know, maybe like blinded by the belt, or did it get you, like anything that you wish you would have done differently in this time that you were champion?
No, man. Everything was the way I was supposed to enjoy the belt. I enjoyed the time like I'm enjoying now. You know what I mean? I went for a bike ride this morning, Red Rock. So just enjoy nature, enjoy life, my friend, because we're here for a short period. We shouldn't be thinking about too much of the business, I do the best that I can, always work hard as I can, and I live my life, man. The result, I cannot, it's a situation that I cannot control. So I just focus what I can control, It's what I can control is my feelings right now, is my energy.
What an inspiration you are, Glover. It's amazing. I wish we all looked at life the way you look at life. Last thing, any message to Jiri? What do you want to say to Jiri in terms of getting that fight back?
Jiri, he's a warrior. He's a true samurai, man. We wrote the same book, like 5 Rings, like how you say,
you read. Yeah, read. Yeah.
Read the same book, and he's a true warrior, man. He's like he take the pressure. He survived the submissions, and he come back. It was a comeback, and I want to do it again. Because as a martial artist, I think I can win, as I was winning, and I want to prove it. And he have to get in there and prove himself too once again.
He cut his hair again. You saw that? He cut his hair.
Yeah. Maybe it was the guillotine.
That's right. And by the way, when he tapped you on the back, did you think he was tapping?
No.
Oh, okay.
That was not a position that I would think that.
Okay. All right. That was crazy. Glover, you're the man. Congrats on a great fight. I know it didn't go your way, but much respect to you. Thank you for coming on, and good luck to Alex and the team on Saturday.
Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Talk to you soon. There he is, the great Glover Teixeira. Big fight for his team, for his guy, Alex Pereira, this Saturday against Sean Strickland. And no word, not hearing anything at the moment. I did get the sense from Jiri when we spoke on the program 2 weeks ago that he was leaning towards Jan. Got the sense that, cut the hair, fresh start, this, that, and the other, that he, that was looking for a new challenge. But hey, it's ultimately up to the UFC. And I also get the sense that if the UFC comes to him and says, hey, we're going to run it back, he's going to run it back. I saw Aaron Bronstetter speak to Dana White yesterday and asked him about the immediate rematch. Non-committal, but didn't shoot it down, and said that he was open to it, liked it, thought it made sense, kind of laughed at the MSG suggestion. I don't think it's a fight that they would do at MSG. But I'm curious. I'm curious what they're going to do. Are they going to go to Europe? Will they try to do it here? Try to go to some random town like Atlanta and do it? Let's have the rematch between Jiri Prochazka and Glover Teixeira in Atlanta or Tampa Bay. We'll see. But appreciate him coming on. Can't wait for that Pereira Sean Strickland. You'll recall International Fight Week draft. We picked on this side. We picked Pereira, so we'll see what happens. Massive weekend once again. Feels like we say this every couple of weeks for City Kickboxing. Massive month for City Kickboxing. They did have their guy Carlos Ulberg win last week. That was in June. But as we turn the page to July, we've got Israel Adesanya at the top. We've got Alex Volkanovski co-main event. We've got Brad Riddell later on in the month. Of course, we've got Kai France fighting for the interim belt against Brandon Moreno. The man leading the charge. It's always great when we get some time with the great Eugene Bareman, the brains behind it all, the leader, the captain of the ship. He's kind enough to join us right now from Las Vegas. There he is. Eugene, how are you, sir?
Hi, Arrow. Thank you for the introduction. I'm doing good. I'm slowly nearly used to the different time zones, but I'm doing pretty good. Still a little tired, but boys are firing.
Yes. Are you at that house that I see on social media with the basketball and the pool? Are you there as well?
I am in the frat house. I'm absolutely with everybody.
You're in the frat house?
Yeah, I'm with everybody else.
It's so there I don't know if are the headphones connected, because I'm hearing like a lot of music and stuff, so it's hard to hear you.
Is that any better?
It's a little bit better. Wait, so who's blasting music at 11 a.m. over there? What's going on at the frat house? Oh, this might be better now. Or did?
No, honestly, I don't know what that is.
Okay, that's weird. All right, but yeah, maybe if you're closer, if you don't mind, just so that we can hear you, because obviously want to hear what you're saying. Oh, you lost your headphones now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but I'm just on the speaker.
Okay, well, this is fine.
Is it better?
Yeah, I think it's okay. All right. Oh, wait.
How about now, sir?
Oh, now it's good. That's good. That's good.
Okay.
All right, cool. Thank you, Coach. I appreciate it. All right, so could I ask you? We've heard. Let's start with Izzy. We've heard him talk about Jared in the past. It felt like a couple of years ago. Who's this guy walking in and out? Is that Tim Simpson? What is going on over here?
That's the Frank Hickman.
Oh, Frank, we see you. You don't have to duck. You could just walk right by. I mean, we didn't have to. He's very quick. We almost didn't see him. We've heard Izzy talk about Jared. He kind of sort of like singled him out as a guy that he might meet, but then Jared stumbled and he got hurt. Did you always feel the same? Like, did you always feel like you would end up seeing Jared at some point?
Yeah, I felt exactly what you said. I felt he stumbled, but I always thought Jared would be right amongst the top guys consistently. So I thought eventually we would meet him. So we've kept a close eye on Jared, which has been pretty good because we didn't have to do as much homework because we've already been keeping a close eye on him. So yeah.
So when you compare him to the recent opponents, right, the Whitakers, the Vittoris, the Paulo Costa, where do you put a Jared Cannonier?
Yeah, I mean, I put him at the top amongst those guys, and for several reasons. But yeah, I put him amongst our recent challenges. I definitely put him probably at the top of that list.
What could you tell me? You say for several reasons. Could you tell me why?
Well, yeah, I can tell you the number one reason, and I believe it's just his mental fortitude. I believe when it gets tough in this fight, which I think it will be, I think he will be the guy that is able to, that will will himself to walk through a bit of fire. Where I felt like the other guys, they might have said they were going to do that, but when they felt the sharpness and they felt the sting, their mind kind of changed. Whereas I think Jared will push through.
So when you say that it's going to be tough, like, do you mean it's going to be tough for Izzy as well? Are you expecting 25 minutes here? Are you expecting like the Gaslam fight?
I'm expecting not the Gaslam fight. I'm still expecting a masterclass, but I'm expecting an opponent who's willing to push Israel and walk through a bit of fire, which always makes it interesting, right?
Mm-hmm. How has Izzy been in terms of motivation going into this fight? The last couple opponents were rematches. It didn't seem like he was like super excited about reading that book again, as he said. This is a new challenge, a guy he's been talking about. Do you feel, does that come across when he is preparing, that he's motivated, that he gets excited because it's someone he hasn't faced and already climbed the mountain, beating him? He had to do the whole thing all over again. Do you sense a difference?
Yeah, funny enough, I do. Like I feel, I don't know. There's something about the unknown that kind of pushes you, that puts you on edge a little bit. So it gives you, gives you a little bit of sharpness that you don't necessarily have in a rematch because of that familiarity.
Do you get the sense from Izzy that he is craving a knockout, is craving a finish? I hear him talking about submission and things like that. Do these things matter to either you or him? Because there's a pressure that comes with that. There's a fanfare that comes with that. I know as professionals, you don't really focus on that sort of thing, but you get the sense that he wants that sort of thing because people get excited about that sort of thing.
Well, I am getting a little bit of a sense of that, but those things need to occur organically. When you start to push those things, when you start to push that narrative that other people are putting on the fight, then that's when you run into trouble. So I haven't addressed it yet, but I will later on before the fight.
How will you? Oh, there's Ash. Hi, Ash. How are you? Good to see you. That's Ash, right?
Hi, Ash. How are you?
Hey, mate.
Yeah. You know your people. You know our team well.
I know the crew.
Getting ready for a bit of basketball.
Oh, yeah. I'd love to go over there. I'll show you all a few moves. Do you play basketball, Eugene?
I do not. I stick to the coaching role. I'm not too good at the basketball area.
Can I be honest? When I saw
everybody else.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's the thing. When I saw it, number one, I was like, oh gosh, these shots are a little bit hard to watch. But I also was worried. You could twist an ankle. You can should we be playing pickup basketball? 3 days before a massive fight. It was making me a little nervous.
Only Brad jumped in because Brad's a lunatic, but Vulcan and Israel stayed away.
Okay.
They're a little smarter, and then now because the game's basically turned into rugby.
Yeah.
So I took Brad out of it. I said,
okay, that's
the best idea, mate. So we're good.
Okay, all right. I get worried about these things. By the way, since the big, last time we spoke, Izzy had just signed the big contract. Has he changed at all from your perspective? I know you like to keep him humble, but any differences? I mean, he's become a megastar at this point.
No, look, he's as he was. He hasn't changed. The person he is hasn't changed. Wears a lot of jewelry and stuff. A lot more jewelry I've ever seen. Yeah, but other than that, the person. The man inside you hasn't changed at all.
How do you feel about the jewelry?
I can't say that.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm not a jewelry guy.
No, you don't strike me as a jewelry guy. Although I did see when you guys were preparing to fight on the Kambosos card, I think one of your fighters posted a video. You were taking a bunch of photos with people. I mean, everyone was stopping. You were more popular than the fighters themselves.
Melbourne is a big fight city, as you know, Ariel. So, and we've had a lot of success in Melbourne, this team. So that we have a little bit of a footprint there. I would put it down to that. I would put it down to everybody else.
Do you get uncomfortable when people come up to you?
Not anymore. I don't get uncomfortable, but I feel honoured. I feel like I have to give them time. I feel like they support our team. And they're a big part of our success. So I feel like I have to take time and just say hello and give it all back. I think it's wonderful.
Does this tempt you? No social media for you, right? No Instagram, no Twitter, none of. Does this tempt you to start this up so you can interact with the people?
No, I'll never go down that dark road, Ariel. Never.
Do you wish all your fighters had no social media? Do you think do you see it negatively affecting them?
I see both sides. I understand. A lot of these commercial deals that put together, funnily enough, nowadays they go directly to social media reach. It's one of the leading aspects of these deals. So I see how you need it to be commercially viable, but then I also see like the people that say the people that come out in public and say that they're completely unaffected by other people's opinions on social media are normally the ones that are affected the most.
Yes.
Some of my fighters, I know that some of my fighters get out there in public and say, "Oh, I don't care about anybody's opinion of that." But those fighters are some of the ones that are completely affected the most by other people's opinion on social media.
Wait, doesn't Izzy say that?
I do see the negative side of it as well.
I think I've seen Izzy say that he doesn't get like this. Do you think it affects him?
I'm not going to name anybody in particular.
Okay.
Stick with my statement.
All right, fair enough.
But look, the people that truly don't care about social media, you never hear them saying, "I don't care about social media. I don't care about people's opinions." It's because it's just an anxious, it's part of them.
Right.
So, look, I see both sides of it, and fighters when they get to a certain level, they need to definitely be able to control what comes in, what comes in through the senses. It's a very important part of the sport nowadays.
Yes, something that the fighters of 15 years ago didn't have to worry about. We just spoke to Glover Teixeira. He was on the show, and he's in town as well for his guy Alex Pereira. And he feels like it's a done deal, fait accompli. Alex wins, Izzy wins. They're doing the fight in the UFC. Do you share that sentiment? Alex versus Izzy in MMA if both win on Saturday?
Not necessarily. I mean, just look. The purist in me is of the opinion that you've got to it's the most coveted prize in the sport. You've got to earn it. You've got to earn it. There's certain things you have to do to get to that position, and I felt like he hadn't done it yet. Like he doesn't have the resume. That you would say, that you would put up on the wall and say, yeah, this guy's ready to fight for a title, this guy's fight for a title. Strickland, on the other hand, who's done a bit more time and been in the high caliber opposition, that's definitely the place to make. But at the end of the day, the team just, we're focused on the fight that's in front of us, not really thinking about that too much. I haven't given it too much thought.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just, off the top of my head, that's my thought.
So just to be clear, if Strickland wins, you think that he would have earned it, but if Alex beats Strickland, you think he needs a couple more?
Yeah, without putting too much thought into it, that's what I would have thought everybody thinks. But it seems to me that there's a narrative building that should even get the title shot. And sometimes in that sport, that's what you need.
Yeah.
Just need a few people behind it, a few people banding it around, and it gains momentum and it turns into something.
Yeah, maybe because of the history, of course, and the fact that they're on the same card, I think will lead to more of that talk, especially come Saturday if they're both victorious. Do you think Izzy would be okay with it if they ask him to do it?
I think Izzy will be fine with it. Izzy will be happy to do it. But Israel also understands that.
Right.
He's never single-handedly picked any of his opponents. He's always, we've always come together with the rest of the coaches and decided this is the direction that we want to go for now. So, he's not the sole decision maker. So, but I think he'd be fine with it. He's a fighter.
Right.
And, excuse me, he lost to Pereira, albeit in another sport. Probably wants to get that back. That's actually what all fighters want to do.
Could I ask you, sorry, is it possible to get closer to the computer? I'm sorry to ask you, just because it's, there's an echo. All right. So Izzy said at the press conference in Australia that he's maintaining he will never fight in New Zealand. Do you share his sentiment? Like, I mean, it's a big deal for you guys, right? For him to fight New Zealand. If they came back and tried to make this happen, his next fight, the one after that, would you try to push him to change his stance?
Not really. I think his mind's made up on that. I think he's making the wrong decision. Like, I'm entitled to that opinion.
Yeah.
The thing about Izzy is he is quite easily blinded. Like, you've got to look at, when you get a certain frame of mind, you can't get out of it. And there's a few people in New Zealand that have been really critical of him, but there's millions that haven't. And it's a shame to punish the millions for what just a few people have done. But like I said, if he gets in a certain frame of mind on particular things, then then his mind can't be changed. And he's just been easily influenced by those. It's a pity to let those few people that have been highly critical of him basically win.
Yeah. That's
he doesn't see it like that, but he doesn't look at it objectively. Like, it's just this is how he is on that particular topic. So it would be cool to fight in New Zealand, do a big main event, but we got other fighters, and we got Australia, which is literally 2.5 to 3 hour flight away.
Right. And what about the training and all that, the rules, COVID, all that? Is it back to normal now? You guys are able to do whatever you want?
Finally, Ariel, we can come and go from the country as we please. None of these ridiculous, quarantines and all the rest of it. We're back to normal, and I noticed a difference. This team is able to. We were able to hit the curve we were on, whereas that curve I feel got flattened like quite drastically by COVID. More so than a lot of the other teams, and now we're able to kind of jump back on that curve that we were hitting. So that's where we're going.
Like, you felt it was draining the team?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%. We would have. Well, you never like to talk about these things because you're in battle mode, you're in war mode, but so you don't acknowledge them. But realistically, probably we're operating at 50%, actually. The whole restricted numbers only being able to train at home, only being able to have 10 people in the team there, 5 people in the team there. This coach can't make it, only one coach can make it. Like, all those things, the condition can't do the condition, you can't see the physio, can't. Like, I'm talking about the overall operation really probably running at least 50%.
Wow. And how close were you guys to leaving?
Literally like a week or 2 away from leaving.
Wow.
Until they announced the date that they were going to open up again. Which was 2 weeks from when we decided that we were moving in 2 weeks, and they were like, "Oh, that doesn't make any sense for us to, up all that upheaval." So,
and where were you going?
Texas or Las Vegas.
Okay, all right. Well,
we narrowed it down to 2.
Okay, 2 good spots. By the way, speaking of Izzy, I saw footage recently on his YouTube channel of him and Dan Hooker kind of going at it in training. And I know, like, Dan likes to talk smack to him, and he likes that too. But this was pretty intense stuff. Like, they were, I mean, like, really punching each other hard, going all over the gym. Is this common among the fighters, or is it just something that Izzy likes in particular? Is it something that Dan brings? How do you feel about it? Because it felt like, if I didn't know any better, I would think that they were actually mad at each other.
Nah, that's an everyday occurrence amongst a number of those top high-level guys. What the subtle thing that people don't notice is that all those punches, although they looked hard, the sting was taken off them right at the end.
Okay.
And that's what I mean. that's how you become who you are, right? You get another guy who's at the top of his game at the highest level, and you go into battle, and not a physical battle, like you go into a mental battle. Because we're not like a hard sparring gym, but we're a gym that is very, very competitive amongst each other. So you're always trying to get the upper hand technically, and a lot of the time you're trying to do that psychologically. It's just part of the game, and particularly those two boys, they don't like to give each other an inch. You know, they're the best of mates outside the gym, but you put them in the four walls, and you know, they're there to do work.
What's something important that Alex Volkanovski has to do in the early stages of this fight to set the tone with Max Holloway? They fought for 50 minutes. They fight for a third time. What needs to happen early on, in your opinion?
Very smart way to try and get me to talk a little bit. But
no, it's just such a great fight. I mean, they're the two best.
Look, I have to generalize my answer. I'm sorry, Robin.
No, it's fine. I get it.
Yeah. We got a strategy. We've got some tactics there, and we have to establish those early. We at least need to see that strategy early, so that we can start to make an assessment of which direction we need to take that strategy, because it can go several places.
Okay. Do you think that who can I ask you, who has improved more since their first fight, Alex or Max?
That's a difficult question to answer. Let me just say that I think they've both improved since their fights. I think they've both improved quite a bit. Look, Max showed me in that second fight something I didn't think he was capable of. And he was able to quickly pick up things which I thought, which takes, I guess, your average fighter, and it's not your average fighter. I guess that's what he showed me. A lot longer to learn. And Max was able to do that. And I've said this, on record. We went for a more conservative game plan, given the amount of time we had, where we just changed a few subtle things and left it at that. That's what we went for. And we thought that Max would try and change a lot, and he would not be successful doing that. That would be his undoing, trying to change too much in a short amount of time. And we were right. Although we were only just right.
You said he showed you something that you didn't think he was capable of. What was that?
And it's not just his ability to learn something and then apply it really quickly within a relatively short amount of time since that fight was announced.
Okay, I get it.
But now we're able to. Now we know that there's a number of things that Max is now capable of changing now. Since given that the fights were quite a while apart, being quite far apart now.
Right.
We know that Max could have changed a couple of things. You got to remember, like, some fighters take some years to do some things that Max some of the adjustments that Max made in that fight. He was able to do them in a relatively short amount of time, a few months.
By the way, when you have a situation like this, 3 fights on a card, but like 2 massive ones, right? The title fights back to back. Is this way more stressful for you? Like, would you prefer that everyone be spread out?
Nah, look, we've been on the back of these quite a few times now, so we're getting used to them. It's quite nice to have everybody together, like just marching out one after the other. it's nice to have one fight in between.
Yeah.
Gives you a little bit of breathing room, but we get used to it, Errol.
And are you going to go home and then come back for Kai Kara France's fight, or are you staying in America this month?
Now I'm going to head back. Everybody's going to head back, to be honest. We've got work to do, so there's going to be no world tour from any of these guys. We'll head straight back to the gym. There's a lot of guys here from the team that are here. We're going to all head back straight away and help Kai out.
Is it true that, there was some, you guys fight in the States, stick around. But what I was told, correct me if I'm wrong, it's like, we got to go back. We got to help out the rest of the team. We can't be sticking around in America for 2 weeks after this. We have to basically return the favor, right? Was that the mindset?
Absolutely. It was. I did hear a little bit of talk about, I'm going here, and I quickly had to remind the team. I said, look, this month, what we're doing here is just part of the mission, just 2/3 of the mission. We've still got to complete it. And so everybody kind of just, you forget these things when you're booking your holiday, when you're booking your time overseas and stuff. Start to make plans, Vegas, Colorado, and then next month I had to kill that dream, unfortunately, but that's just how it is.
I love it. These guys are international superstars making all this money. Eugene comes in there and like, no. I call the shots. I'm the captain still. I don't care what you do. And they all listen to you and respect you. And that's a beautiful thing. Can I get an official prediction for the main event? How do you think it goes?
Both those main events are just going to be 5-round masterclass. A 5-round masterclass. A shutout. Just like the first fight was for Volkanovski.
Yeah.
Just like the first fight was for Volkanovski. And just like the second fight was against Robert Whittaker for Israel.
All right. Well, good luck to you guys. Thank you for the time as always. Always a pleasure. Can't wait to see the master classes on Saturday.
Thank you, Errol. Thank you very much. It's my ode to the boys in Bangtao, the Hickman brothers.
Respect.
Thank you.
I love it. All right. Thank you, Coach. All the best to you. There he is, Coach Eugene Bareman of City Kickboxing. Massive weekend for those guys. A lot of text messages here. I can't wait. I mean, how crazy is that? You got two guys coming from a small gym. I know that Alex obviously trains, in Australia with freestyle, but it's just amazing what that gym has done. They also have Brad Riddell and Carlos Ulberg won last week. Great win for him. And later on in the month, we have Kai Kara France fighting for the interim belt. I mean, by the end of this month, there could be 3 champions fighting out of that gym. I know one is an interim, but hey, belt's a belt. Belt is a belt. I'm looking forward to it. I sort of feel like if you look at the middleweight rankings, unless they want to pull the Darren Till, Jack Hermanson card, I feel like if Alex Pereira does something spectacular against Sean Strickland, who's currently ranked 4th in the UFC's rankings, the crazy thing is, like, Alex isn't even ranked. The question is, are they pushing Alex too fast in MMA? Sean Strickland is really tough, and he's looked really good as of late. He has 2 wins over Whittaker. He'll have a win over Cannonier if he wins that fight. 2 wins over Marvin. If Strickland wins, I think it's done deal. I think it's Strickland versus Izzy, and I think the build-up to that fight will be bananas. Has the win over Brunson, has the win over Paulo Costa. Hermanson, Till are 7-8. Uriah Hall's fighting this weekend. It's pretty clear to me if Strickland wins, he's getting it. And I respectfully disagree. If Strickland wins and beats Pereira, he gets title shot. I feel like the same should be, like, that's the win that Pereira is missing. And I know he's a lot younger, but you have that win over Strickland, and you have the backstory of their time in kickboxing, the wins over there. I feel like that's the fight to make. There's really nothing else at 185, and he isn't talking about moving up to 205. That's the one. And honestly, I'd be excited about that if I were them. Here's a story with, a guy that not a lot of people know, but you can sell it the right way. There's a backstory. There's a history there. This is great. and I like that it's happening on Saturday's card. I'm looking forward to it. One of the many great storylines going into Saturday's card, the main, the co-main, Strickland, Robbie Lawler returning, Sugar Sean O'Malley, something, and of course the big one, Jessica Rose Clark coming out to the Shawn Michaels theme music. Now, this past weekend we just talked to Glover. That I think is the front runner for Fight of the Year. Our next guest, I think, one half of second or third best Fight of the Year. I mean, it was incredible. If you haven't seen the Mateusz Gamrot versus Arman Tsarukyan fight this past Saturday in the main event of the show at the Apex, it was tremendous. I mean, as high level as it gets, the hardcores were very excited when this fight was announced because I think we all knew who these guys were and what they could produce. And then you see the fight, you see the scrambles, and you see the pace, and you see the skill that both men brought. It was a super hard fight to score in the end. Mateusz Gamrot gets the nod, and he's kind enough to join us right now via the magic of Zoom. There he is, the pride of Poland, Mateusz Gamrot. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you, Ariel.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan.
Oh, thank you, Mateusz. I appreciate it very much. By the way, am I pronouncing your name the right way? Mateusz Gamrot. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, it's fine.
No, I don't want it to be fine. I want it to be, how do you say your name?
Mateusz Gamrot.
Mateusz.
Good.
Okay, so it's more of a Mateusz. Okay. All right.
Yes.
By the way, Gamrot, is that a French name?
I don't know how was my change in the life, but maybe it's simple name. A lot of people didn't know my name before this fight when I versus with Tsarukyan, but now this is so much easier.
Yeah.
It's just Gamrot from Poland.
I like it. And by the way, why is your nickname Gamer? Do you like to play video games, or is it just because of your last name?
This is my for the last name.
Okay.
For the last name. Bro, I never see Top Gun. I never see Jurassic Park, I never see more movies because all the time I train 2-3 times in a day, all my life, train very hard. I chasing my dreams. But maybe after this fight, maybe I find time a little bit.
Have you noticed that you're getting a lot more love after this fight, especially back home in Poland? A lot more attention, a lot more excitement from fans?
Yeah, exactly. I get a lot of message, a lot of king's words. Fantastic. This was fantastic fight. Like very easy. Not very easy, but very very close fight. Yeah, but I am here like 2 days. Everything like coming more.
Sure. By the way, I also noticed that you often wear glasses, but in your fight, you wear contacts. Because I even see in the back when you're training, you're wearing your glasses. But then obviously you don't fight with the glasses. Do you wear contacts when you fight?
No, I don't use it. I don't use it. Fight sometimes in the normal life, I use a glass, but my eyes not so hard. Usually, I do, when I go to training, I take glasses out and I go like Jean-Claude Van Damme, like nothing see.
Can you see anything, or is it blurry?
Sometimes when I have close distance, I feel my opponents, and now it's fine.
What? Why don't you wear contacts?
I don't know. Sometimes I use, sometimes I not. But better. I am very close to go to operation. In my eyes, and maybe fix in the everything. But not now. Now when I am healthy and I training every single day, I don't doing like the stop and get the like 2-3 months pause.
Okay, like the LASIK surgery, right?
Yeah, LASIK surgery. Yeah, exactly.
When you got the call that you were going to main event this card, because I think initially the fight was booked and they were looking for a main event, and then they finally bumped you guys up. What was your reaction when you were told now it's going to be 25 minutes main event?
My reaction was very good because this was my favorite distance. Now, when I fought in Europe, KSW, I did couple fights, like 5 rounds. My favorite distance. So like you can watch, for example, this fight with Arman. First two rounds I lose, and after two rounds I get like new change, new opportunity. Hey guy, if you want to win this fight, you have to accelerate and win the next another 3 rounds. Yeah, and I did it.
What did you do differently after those first 2 rounds in order to get back on track and get the victory? Like, what did your coaches say to you? What did you feel like you were doing differently in the fight?
Maybe I feel like the first 2 rounds I feel like a little bit not sleepy, but I looking for a good moment when I shoot. Arman very good defense, my single leg. This is my favorite. This is my favorite attack, and I have to change plan, go to double legs, and double legs was success, And my one corner, Boris Mańkowski told me, "Hey, you lose 1 round and second round. If you want to win, you have to win next another round," and I did it. Yeah.
What about those scrambles, Mateusz? I mean, this was incredible stuff. Have you ever been in a fight like this before that would replicate? I mean, it was amazing to watch you guys go to work against each other.
Thank you so much. Thank you. But this was the reaction, my body, Sometimes when I started training when I was 9 years, when I was kids, and I trained all my life, this sometimes you don't thinking your head, but your body is faster than you, and your reaction is faster. And this was in the octagon with Arman. Arman is same great wrestler, great grappler, and when he's one guy great wrestler and great wrestler is incredible fight. Yeah,
incredible. So you've watched the fight again since you've been back home?
Not yet. Now I spend time with family, my 2 kids, like enjoy this moment. But maybe next week, the first moment I wanna be relaxed, not all the time.
Yes, of course. How many kids? So you have 2 kids. How old are they?
Yes, I have 2 kids. My daughter have 5 years old. She has the big eyes and long hair.
Okay.
And 2 years old son named Mikołaj, and he born the winning game.
He's born what?
The winner's game. Yeah, this is my joking,
Oh, okay, all right.
He has 2 years old, and he did 10 push-ups in the ground now. Yeah,
amazing.
No, this is joking.
I know. But I know you started. So you started training when you were 9 years old. That's when you started training martial arts, wrestling, right?
Yeah, I start wrestling. I started wrestling, and I trained at 10 years when I finished my high school, and then I transitioned to go to MMA. And now I train I have been trained 21 years.
Who got you into all of this?
What?
Who introduced you to martial arts, at such a young age?
This was I'm from small village, Kudowa Zdrój. All the time I spend time with my friends outside, and we have only 2 gyms in Kudowa, taekwondo and wrestling. My friends go to wrestling, and we're going together, and the life goes on. My friends going the different job, going the different way, and I stay in the one way.
And when you were in high school, I read, did you go to a boarding school or something to train more in wrestling?
In Poland is different like USA, because we don't have training in the school. I have to go to school, and after then go to different gym and different training session. Okay. Yeah, but this was my passion. Yeah, I told you, I never play in the video. I never watch film. All my life I have obsession, be sportsman, be the best in the world.
But were you away from your family when you went to school as a teenager?
One more, please.
Were you away from your family? Did you go sleep somewhere else when you were a teenager?
No. I sleep similar American top team is dorms. Building.
Wow.
Yeah. Because my family is left in the small city Kudowa, and I moved a different city. 3 hours far.
Wow. That was okay. You were okay with that? You didn't miss them?
Yeah, I missed a lot. I missed a lot. But yeah, this moment, the first thing was be the sportsman. And this was my hobby, my passion, and I enjoying this moment. I love it, training all my life.
And so now it's all coming to fruition. You're realizing your dream of being a UFC star. When did you start dreaming about the UFC to make it to the UFC? When did that start for you?
Well, probably when I translate from wrestling to MMA, when I was trained wrestling, but still I watching the Pride, the old fighting in Pride in the from Japan, you know, and this was my loving. Then I watch UFC, and you know, UFC is like Olympic Games in amateur sport. You know, when I finish wrestling, okay, I started MMA. This was the same my goal. When I fought in KSW, the later I did KSW double champion, and the same goal I have here UFC. You know, I know I need more time to do it, but I am patient.
Yes, former KSW featherweight and lightweight champion. So you're a legend over there. You had great success over there. And I'm curious, when you made it to the UFC, and unfortunately you lost your first fight via split decision, how difficult was that for you? How upsetting was that?
But my last 4 fights now?
No, the debut, you fought Guram, right? And there was a lot of excitement and buzz about finally you made it to the UFC, but you didn't win your debut. Were you very, very disappointed afterwards?
Yeah, this time was difficult a little bit for me because this moment I did 3 fights, 3 months. You know, 1 month, another month, and another month. The last fight was with Guram. I feel really good, but this moment was like, because my 2 last fights in KSW, I did 5 rounds, like 5 rounds distance. And when I go to UFC, I have 3 rounds. I think, well, okay, this is nice. This is only sprint. But first one, I sleep. I wake up. There's another round. The 3 rounds I win, and I need more rounds, but fight is over. You know.
Right.
And yeah, because maybe I lose this fight, but this fight give me more motivation, determination to be the growing, you know, be the fix my mistake and be the better every single day. This moment I moved the American top team, spent time to 4 months. I'm growing every single day with the best guys in the world, and now next I win next 3 fights, 4 fights now.
Why did you choose American top team?
Why? I don't know, because first was Krzysztof Jotko, was from Poland. Another was Joanna Jędrzejczyk. She loves this place. She loves this the American top team gym. She helped me a lot every single day. And when she told me, "Hey, come on to American top team. This is the best gym, the best coaches, everything is the best." Well, okay, I can try, you know, for sure. And one time I travel, I meet with Mike Brown. I love it. This man, and we connect the same vibes, you know. And we're going together now.
What a weekend for ATT and Mike Brown. He was in Bellator, big wins on Friday. Then he flies to Las Vegas to be with you. Incredible guy.
This was awesome. Yeah, this was awesome for me too. Yeah,
amazing, right?
But amazing. I am very thankful him, Dan Lambert, and all American top is what he gave me to. Yeah.
Is it hard for you when you go to Florida and you're away from your kids for several months?
A little bit is hard, it's difficult, because, you know, I have to separate with my family. I have young kids, but this is for me the same as work. You know, this is my passion. I work. I moved to Florida, train hard, no dancing, no nothing, no TV, no only sleep, eat, repeat. And I winning the fight. You know, after fight, I back to Poland, spend time with my family, enjoying, travel everywhere. And I think this is this way. Maybe in the future, when I sign the biggest contract in UFC, I move my family to American top team and we stay everything together.
I love it. No TV when you're there in Florida? Nothing?
No, just fun, you know, just fun, books and motivation. Meditation. I have many things like the spend time different, like not only watch and nothing. Yeah.
Wow. Well, you're lucky. There's several Polish fighters there. There's also Karolina Kowalkiewicz there now. So
exactly.
You guys hang out with each other over there. Any good Polish food in South Florida?
It depends on how his training come. You know, sometimes we meet together and going to different restaurants, but usually I cooking in kitchen. Okay. In American top team, you know, it's the same hard work like fight. Fight is easy work. Cooking in kitchen is hard work.
Do you sleep in the dorms over there?
Yes, all the time.
Come on, Mateusz.
The best choice for me.
Yeah, you don't want to have like an apartment or something. You have to be with all the other fighters.
But I don't need a car. I don't need nothing. Only spend time in gym. Go to elevator, go down, and I am training.
That's true.
If I have food in room, I don't needed nothing. Only train, good recovery, good food, and that's it.
Wow, you're like a real Spartan warrior. You're like a samurai. All you need is just the training, the food.
Samurai and obsession.
Yes.
Sometimes stupid, sometimes no. But for me, I like it.
Do you have a roommate?
Sometimes. This time when I bring my friends from Poland, Krzysztof Placzek, we live together to separate bed. But usually when I coming only myself, I like be alone. Just one person in the room.
And now you're ranked. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
This
Thank you
is
so
big.
much. I am so happy. I am, of course, tired and my muscle is sore.
Yes.
But I am also so happy. Yeah.
And what do you think? I saw you comment. Dana White said Beneil Dariush maybe. I mean, that would be very big. What do you think is going to happen to you next after this big win?
Oh my God, the lightweight division has many superstars. Top 10 is only big name, big fights, and every high level guys. I heard the same things. Next maybe is Beneil Dariush. I love it this matchup, but I can fight with everybody. But I heard Beneil Dariush want back soon, 2-3 months next. Now I would like rest, and I would like back like November, December. This is the date for me. If Dariush wanna be waiting for me, great. We can fight together. If not, I heard that Justin Gaethje want back to end of the year. I am big fan of this guy, and I wanna fight this guy. If Justin Gaethje won't fight with me, let's do this in the end of the year.
Okay, so you, if it was up to you, if it was your choice, Gaethje would be your number one choice?
If I can choose, better with me Justin Gaethje, because the Gaethje get to fight to title shot. This is a really big name and really dangerous man, and I wanna fight with the best guy in the world. And now choose place.
When you look at the top of the division in the UFC's lightweight division, do you feel like you can hang with those guys, or do you feel like you need a few more fights to get to their level?
No. Now I showed after a fight with Arman that I have paper to be the champion. I won one of the best guy in this division. The high level wrestler. For sure, I make a couple mistakes in my fight. I have to fix, but this is only big lesson in the future. Now I can fight with everybody, and I know I can beat everybody in this division.
What were the mistakes?
Like mistake, I not block the middle kick, but my body was blocked.
Yes.
And something more. I don't remember good, but like this flashback. First, I have to watch my fight 2-3 times, and this is like what I remember. This is the big mistake, I think. So when the catch the middle kick, the fight was simple, but I don't know what's happened.
Incredible. It was such an amazing fight. By the way, your right ear, is there any, it looks like it's completely shut, that right ear of yours. The one over here. Can you even do anything in there?
My ear?
This one, yeah. It's like, this is incredible, this cauliflower ear that you have. Can you even, can you get in there at all?
Yeah, I can do. Yeah, no problem. Yeah,
oh my God, that's crazy. Can you put headphones in there?
Yeah. But in the inside. Or homophone like that.
Yeah, that's better. That's better. What about my friend Mariusz Pudzianowski? I mean, this guy is unbelievable. Are you buddies with him? What do you think of him?
He's unbelievable guy. I love this guy. Man, this guy is motivation for everybody, every single person in Poland, for sure, because he did have some work in the world champion in the strongman.
Yeah.
Many years ago, he was the 5,000-10,000 world champion in the strongman, different sport. Then this guy go to MMA. And this guy now is like the superstar in Poland, in Europe, you know. He has more fight than me in professional MMA, you know.
It's unbelievable.
But this guy show like, what is it? Hard work pay off. You know, this is like simple guy, very humble man, normal guy, but every fucking day, hard work. And now he gets a success.
You ever train with him?
But all the time, the same thing. I think obsession. This guy have obsession, passion. He only one way, sport, and we have success.
You ever train with him?
We never trained together because we live in a different city, but
Okay.
I have a lot of respect for him. And yeah, for me, he's too the like motivation guy.
Yeah. And for you, like, it seems like you're really obsessed with training. This is all you think about, all you care about. What do you like to, now that you're going to be, off a little bit, a little time off, is there anything you like to do outside of training?
With me or what?
No, with you. Yeah. Like, what do you like to do for fun to, not training, just to calm down a little bit? Anything you like? Any hobbies?
Yeah, I like it. I like travel to mountains, because I'm from two mountains and I love it trekking. But now I have kids, I have to spend time with more my kids. Many times I'll travel all world, many times. This year I've been 3 times in American top team in Florida. I have to growing my children, I want to show him what is the good things in life.
Are you going to get them into martial arts at a young age as well? Do you want them to follow in your footsteps?
My son, yes, but my daughter, no.
No, you don't want her to fight.
I don't think so that the mixed martial arts is for women, For women, better like running, maybe dancing, maybe singing,
Right.
some better spotters for women. But for son, yeah, I think this is good idea for the start.
But what about the legend, Joanna
Not like
Jędrzejczyk?
maybe professional.
Joanna, she's a legend.
Okay, this is only maybe. This is only one thing. So no, Joanna Jędrzejczyk, yes. I love it. Watch her fight, but nothing more woman.
Were you surprised she retired?
Maybe not surprised, but when she lose with Wei Zhang, this I am not surprised because she deserves what is the beautiful from life. She was superstars many years in UFC. She was like 5 times the world champion. Yeah, now she deserves for different way. She won't be the mother. She won't be the super show woman in Poland. I keep my finger crossed. What she doing?
Right. Yeah. Incredible career. By the way, next time I see you fight, we have to get out of the Apex, right? I mean, I know you said you like the Apex, but we need to be in front of fans, big arena, right? You want to try something different.
Yeah, of course. This is the different feelings, different feeling, different things. Everything is different. Sometimes you're going to arena and you heard for fans, for doping, for everything. This is extra motivation, yeah. But Apex, I love it. Apex. This is like the same in the training. You wake up, make breakfast, go to arena, fight, like sparring session.
You're gonna watch.
2 things is good. But of course, for growing and pay-per-view or everything, better is with fans in arena. For sure.
I really want to see the UFC come to maybe Poland. There's Czech Republic, but with you, Jan Blachowicz. I know Joanna isn't around, but
Marcin Tybura,
Karolina.
Marcin Tybura, Michał Aleksiejczuk,
Come on.
Karolina. We have many supers. Yeah, I want the same thing. If UFC come to Poland, I think this is great idea. We have the best fans, the best fighters. Everything is gonna be happen. For sure. We have Stadium Narodowe, like 60,000 people.
You think Roberto Soldic is going to sign with UFC?
I don't know. I heard some things like he in negotiation with KSW and UFC, but I don't know what's happened now.
You're cool with the KSW guys? You guys are still on good terms?
Yeah, we are cool. I have in my gym, Red Dragon, we have like a lot of fighters who fighting in KSW still. And when I don't have fight, I going with my friend to corner in KSW, and we have relationship very well.
That is great. Well, great to have you on the show, Mateusz. You had an amazing, yes, you had an amazing fight on Saturday. Incredible to watch you guys compete against each other. It was really, really impressive. So congratulations to you and Arman. Congratulations on the win, on your winning streak. And I look forward to your next big fight, hopefully later on this year.
Yes, thank you so much, Ariel. One more, thank you so much for inviting me, and see you next time.
Yes, sir. All the best to you. There he is, the great Mateusz Gamrot of Poland. Massive win for him on Saturday. And yes, according to the UFC rankings, he's now in the top 10. He is ranked 8th, and he is in the midst of a nice little run here. He's alongside the likes of RDA, Beneil Dariush. Dariush 6, had the fight against Islam, Charles. You know what I think would be interesting? Mateusz against the winner of the Rafael dos Anjos fight, which takes place July 9th, so next weekend. And right now, RDA is 7, Fiziev is 10. I kind of feel like that's the one, right? Take a break, go outside. Don't worry, be happy. Good vibes only. Hydrate. Well, that was fun. Nice to meet Mateusz for the first time. Frank, I was so happy when we went to Mateusz and he had good connection. I think, after a string of interviews there, my eardrums were going to explode.
Yeah, he's micing some people up right now.
Oh, hey, how are you?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
Yeah, there were a couple of tough ones there, but we power through.
Yeah, Bareman was...
that was tough.
To say the least, man. We really had to work through that. Everyone coming through the... It felt like he was in the foyer of the house they were staying.
I mean, what are we, in the furnace room over there, Eugene? I mean, but no, we appreciate everyone who comes on. Oh, let me see here. How about Davison Figueiredo saying, I guess he said that he signed with Uriah Faber, but I think he really signed with Vayner. But I wonder what that means for him and Walid Ismail. I saw on Instagram that Davison Figueiredo said that he had signed with Uriah Faber. I know Uriah does work for Vayner, Vayner Sports. Lloyd Pearson is their head guy. They've got Anthony Smith and Aljamain Sterling and Chris Weidman, many, many others. But the way he positioned it was that he had signed with Faber. And I was like, hey, Faber, do you have your own management team now? I know he does stuff like under their umbrella. And Faber hitting me up that, no, I guess he just got excited that it was, Faber a part of it also. I saw some people posting about that. There's some clarity for you. Appreciate Gamrot stopping by. In a matter of moments, we're going to be joined by our in-studio guest, Valerie Loureda, who is quite popular, especially online, and a Bellator fighter who's had a nice run with that organization. I look forward to meeting her and having her in studio. After that, we're going to check in with GC, who just popped up there for a moment, and we'll get his picks for UFC 276. I understand no PFL picks this time because we're still not sure if the fights are live or not. Are they live on Friday or are they pre-taped? I'm not quite sure. And then we're going to answer your questions. I believe Lewis has sent in the questions. And so we'll be ready to go then. And then we'll wrap this bad boy up, and then we're off to Las Vegas. Not today, early tomorrow morning. A lot to do over there. And I announced yesterday we're going to have our big meetup on Friday night. All the fans of this program can come hang out. No, no strings attached. It's not like a trivia show. It's just a hangout. We did it in April. I know a lot of the people who check out this show and are regular viewers and listeners and great supporters. You know who you are. I don't want to miss any names. I don't want to offend anyone. A lot of them are going to be there. Some people reached out and said they're going to be there, which is awesome. Friday night, 7:30 Pacific, 7:30 p.m. Pacific, so 7:30 in Vegas at the Aria Sportsbook. Aria Sportsbook in Las Vegas. I'm told we're going to have our own little special spot there. There'll be food, drink, televisions if you want to bet on the San Francisco Giants. The PFL will just be wrapping up. PFL will be 8 to 10 Eastern, which is 5 to 7. It's a very early start for PFL, which is a shame because Kayla's on it, Rory's on it, Magomed Harimov is on it, Ray Cooper. It's a great PFL card. Every time those guys fight together, it's always a great card. Anyway, that will be wrapping up right before, but we'll hang out for as long as we want. It'll be a great time. I'm looking forward to it. Again, 7:30 p.m. Pacific this Friday at the Aria Sportsbook. Our long-awaited, much-anticipated return to Las Vegas. I have not been in Las Vegas since August of 2021 last year. Been a while since I was there when the UFC was in town for a big event. Last time was March of 2020, believe it or not. UFC 248. I'll also be there for Money in the Bank, and I'll be telling you about that a little later on. That's Money in the Bank this Saturday on the Peacock Network. You can watch both at the same time. You can watch UFC on ESPN Plus. You can watch Money in the Bank on Peacock. You can watch Jessica Rose Clark walk out. No change in those plans, by the way. You can watch her walk out to the Heartbreak Kids theme song. Remember that? Oh, I think I'm cute. Am I saying it wrong, by the way? Heartbreak Kid song. Am I saying it wrong? Let me see the lyrics. Wait. Okay, here we go. No, that is definitely not it. Wait a second. Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels, lyrics. Sexy boy. Yeah, why did I say? I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the looks that drive the girls wild. I've got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. All right, I said it right. Yes. Perfect. All right, I do believe that our in-studio guest is here and might be related to such theme songs. Without further ado, let us say hello to the one and only Valerie Loureda. She is here. Team is here as well. Hello, Valerie. I'm going to take off my headset. How are you? We're hugging it out.
We're hugging it out.
Wow, we're hugging it out.
Thank
so
you
nice
for
to meet you.
me.
Thank you for coming. Please have a seat. I appreciate it. A lot of buzz, a lot of anticipation, a lot of excitement, a lot of intrigue as to why you are here. Thank you for doing this. How are you?
I'm so excited. I've been waiting for this day for so long, Ariel.
Okay.
It's finally here.
To be on my show, you've been waiting all these years.
To be on your show
this is your
and
moment.
announce this.
Announce it. I thought just the big moment was to come on the show. This was...
Yes, that too, because I haven't been on your show since 2019.
Yes.
Since my first professional fight.
Bellator fight, right?
And we did it through Zoom, and I was in New York.
Oh, that is weird. Why did we do... But wait, I was with ESPN, I think, at the time, so I was far away. So you didn't want to come to Connecticut. I understand. I did see you in Texas.
Yes.
Outside the stadium, outside of WrestleMania. And there was some buzz that weekend that you were doing like some tryout stuff for WWE, correct?
Yeah.
And so let's not beat around the bush, Valerie. What are you here to announce? What's the big news? You've been teasing big news the last couple of weeks on Twitter. You seem a little nervous right now. Dare I say a little emotional?
Yeah.
The floor is yours. What do you want to announce to the world?
I have now become the first Cuban-American woman, and I am now a WWE superstar.
Wow. Congratulations.
I'm really excited, and I've dedicated my whole life to martial arts, and I feel like everything has come to this moment, and this is my opportunity to showcase my culture and show the world the entertainer that I am.
I appreciate you coming on and announcing this. Congratulations. I'm very happy for you. Obviously, this means a lot to you. Could I ask, why are you so emotional right now?
I'm emotional because I've really worked very hard my whole life. I've had a very hard upbringing, and every day I've always just believed in myself and just trained hard, just hoping to make it to the next step and just chasing a dream that I've had in my heart since I was a baby, and just a feeling of pulling. And my first break was with Bellator, and Scott Coker and Mike Hogan, Rich Chow, they believed in me when I was 19 years old. And my first professional fight was without shin guards at the Mohegan Sun opening a main card, and they gave me the opportunity to brand myself and build this platform and show the world the fighter I was and do my dances and just be me, and now I'm making this transition and my mind has shifted, but I know what I'm going to do in the WWE, and I'm just really excited to start my journey.
Are you done with MMA?
Yes.
That's it.
My mind has completely shifted from MMA to the WWE, and all that passion and energy I have for MMA that I worked for 5 years, I'm now doing that in the training facility in Orlando. I love fighting, but this is my time, and I'm turning 24 next month, my first day as an employee of the WWE at the facility, and it's the best birthday gift I can ask for.
How did this all come about? Did they reach out to you? Did you reach out to them? How did the wheels, kind of get in motion here?
So my manager, Abraham, was talking to them over an NIL deal with AJ Ferrari, and my name came in the mix. And they invited me over to WrestleMania. And, I had just fought in November. My mind is so set, fight. And Abraham just said, just come and watch. I've never been to a WWE show. And Ariel, the moment I stepped in that suite and I saw this organization, I saw this production, and I just saw the professionalism and the fans and everything, I got goosebumps the same way I did when I went to start MMA, and I just knew this was my destiny. It's everything I love put together in a ring, and I was born for that. Because
you love, being a showwoman, putting on a show, all that type of stuff.
Well, there's stories from when I was little, 5 years old, 6 years old in Disney, there's lines for the rides. And I would make everybody stop and say, show the Valerie. And I would do a taekwondo form, and then I would do a dance. Wow. And I just wanted people to watch what I knew and what I was passionate about. So I've been mixing that since I was a baby, and I've always competed in Taekwondo, posted my pictures, posted my little bikini pictures, but been training hard for an event, a US Open, etc. And then I transferred that into MMA, and then now it's I have glamour, I have entertainment, I have this production behind me, and it's just, I was born for that ring.
So did you ever were you a fan growing up of wrestling, of pro wrestling? I know martial arts have been a huge part of your life, your father's life, your family's life, but were you a fan of WWE when you were growing up?
So I always knew of the WWE, but I'm an extreme girly girl, and I was a Taekwondo fighter, but I was also a dancer. My mom always had me active, so I never really got to sit and watch a lot of shows. But I always knew that deep down the line, that could be an opportunity for me if it presented itself. I just didn't know how soon it would come.
Okay.
So I love WWE. I wasn't necessarily watching it every week, but I always knew that I could do something there.
Now, you go to WrestleMania, you watch it, you see the glitz and glam. That's the pinnacle, right? That's their Super Bowl. I watch it too. I love it. I've been a fan my whole life. I couldn't imagine going into the ring. I'm not tough enough. Once you go in the ring, I've heard this from a lot of people, it's a lot tougher than people think. On your body, it's supremely tough. People like to say it's fake. It's scripted, but you are putting your body through the ringer. I know you've been to Orlando. You've now gotten your feet wet a little bit. Yeah. Is it tougher than you expected? The ropes, the mat, when you fall. This is physical stuff.
It's extremely tough. For me, it's actually harder than MMA. But my first bump, I just knew I could do it. It's weird. I have this just feeling in my gut, and my first bump, my first face bump, the rolls and stuff, hitting the ropes, I just fell in love with it, and I knew I could do it. It's tough. It's a very hard transition. It's very different than what I'm used to. But if you could just rewire your brain and change your mentality and realize what this is and how to be the best at it, you will be successful.
How many times have you been there now at this point?
Once.
Just once?
So, yeah, that was my tryout.
Okay. Wow.
Actually, when I left WrestleMania, I just wanted to try it. I want to try it. They hadn't offered me anything. I said, Abraham, even if I have to fight 5 more times, break my face, I will do whatever it takes to get this opportunity. I was always fight, and then one day an opportunity will come. I left WrestleMania, and I just decided to just roll and do very basic things. That's when I first started training, and I said, well, if I'm going to get this opportunity, I'm going to cut weight like a fight. I'm going to take this serious, because this for me is an opportunity of a lifetime. So I started training a little bit, and then my week of my trial in Orlando came, and I was so nervous. I attended the NXT show, and I was like, wow, I could start here. You know, my sister goes to UCF in Orlando, so it'd be an easy transition for me to live. And then the training came, and they pushed me so hard, but I learned so much, Ariel, and I didn't want to leave. And literally on Friday, I said, Abraham, like I was crying, can I just stay here? Every week I'm not here is a week less that I'm learning, you know? There's nothing for me in Miami anymore. This is gonna be my job now. I wanna do this, you know? But no, I had to go home, and there's a lot of things that happened, but I just stayed close to my weight. I kept doing conditioning and stuff, but I'm going to trust the WWE way and their trainers, and I'm looking forward to going to Orlando and starting my journey with how they say.
How nervous were you?
At the tryout?
Yeah.
I was nervous, but I had my sister with me, and my sister's always in my corner, and she's like, Valerie, you could do this, you could do this, and I just pushed myself, and that was the most professional I've ever prepared myself for anything in my life, and I'm just so happy that it came true for me.
And do you remember who was the guy trying you out? Like sometimes it's these famous old-time wrestlers. Who was your coach, so to speak?
It was more of, they just threw me in with the NXT girls.
Oh, my.
And Adapt.
Were they nice to you?
They were so nice to me.
They weren't mean? It wasn't like cutthroat?
This is different than MMA. Like,
okay.
MMA, you're used to everyone in front of you, competition, kill.
Yeah.
This is more like a friendly environment. Everybody's helping each other get better. It's a different dynamic, you know? But since I've done other sports, I understand that type of teamwork and stuff. But I was with Coach Smiley the whole time, and he was amazing with me, and he taught me so much, and we stayed in an open ring after for like 2 hours, and we just worked, and he taught me stuff, and he taught me like different things that would work with my style. But the girls were great, and I got closer to Nikita. She's one of my closest friends.
I saw your picture. Sorry, it's in my throat.
Nikita, I love her, and I when I first started watching NXT, she's the one that stood out to me, and then we became close friends. So I'm really looking forward to living there and just working with her and seeing what happens.
And when you went to the NXT show, what was it like? Because it's different than WrestleMania, right? You go to WrestleMania. Excuse my throat. Something just got in my throat. I'm emotional too.
Yeah.
When you went to NXT, what was that like for you?
I just, like, it was amazing. It's like the energy in there is just, the fans of the WWE are just like no other. You know, and I just could picture myself in that ring and just beginning my career there and excelling there, and I don't know, I just loved how everything rolled and the stories, and I've been learning a lot and watching every week now.
When you were there, that was like a month or so ago, right?
I believe so.
Had you already signed?
No.
When did you sign?
Yeah, like Monday.
Monday?
In Abraham's office.
Wow. What was that like?
I mean, the moment I signed that paper, I knew that, you know, I'm retiring from martial arts. So for me, no one understands me and why I take this so to heart. But when you do something for so long in your life and then an opportunity like this happens, it feels like my dreams are coming true.
So it was a little bit of happiness, sadness too? That
It's
chapter
both.
was...
You know, I'm always going to train. I'm a fighter. I'm always going to train and work out, and I'm training my sister now in MMA and stuff. But it's a bittersweet feeling because I'm closing one chapter for a bigger one, you know?
And I know I'm kind of putting the cart before the horse here, but will you be known as Valerie Loureda over there as well, or do they come up with a new name for you? How does that work?
I don't know. Right now, I just have to go to the Institute, just work hard, prove myself, and I'm going to trust what they say. I would love to have Loureda in some part of my name.
Yes.
Or Cuban or Latina, something, because I am the first Cuban-American woman. And for me in itself, that is just like, just knowing I'm honoring my grandparents that were immigrants from Cuba. I'm a first-generation American, and they came here to give me the American dream, and now I'm going to give back to them.
That's incredible. Have you been to Stamford? Did you go to the offices? That's where the headquarters are.
No,
you didn't go over there.
Haven't been.
And so when did you move to Orlando?
I moved the day before my birthday.
Wow.
My first day as a WWE superstar is on my 24th birthday.
And when is that?
July 19th.
Oh, I'm Cancer baby too.
You're a Cancer?
July 8th.
So you're emotional like me.
You see me here with my
That's
throat
weird.
and everything. I get very emotional. But I am emotional. I dropped my kids at summer camp last night, and I was crying the whole time. It was very tough. It was very hard. And so now you're gonna go over there. Do you go, like, how does that work? 5 days a week? Like what
Honestly,
What is the schedule like?
I think it's 5 days a week. I don't
It's
even know.
intense. So it's someone like you have a coach that tells you basically like you're training at ATT, right? There's someone who guides you along the way.
It's like a fight camp.
Yeah.
You're in camp just all the time.
And what's the process? Like how long before we'll see you on TV? How does that work?
I have big expectations for myself, but hopefully by the end of the year, I'll be on live TV. Hopefully within a year, if I work hard, I will be on main roster. But it's just depending what they say and how well I develop and improve and how quickly and if they think I'm ready and I trust them.
Do you want to be a good guy or a bad guy?
Baby
face?
I want to be a baby face.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? I feel like it's more fun to be a heel.
Yeah, but I am a baby face at heart. Like,
Are you?
I'm so girly and stuff, but I just also know how to transform and like flip the switch, I feel like it would be a good character for me.
You've been watching the product, I'm assuming now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of the women, who impresses you? Who do you like? Who are you a fan of? Who do you kind of look up to?
Well, Charlotte Flair, hands down. She actually followed me and DM'd me.
Wow.
And
What'd she say? What'd she write?
She just said, congrats, good luck, etc. And then when I went to my tryout, I was like, oh, I'm here, I'm nervous. She said, no, it's okay, you'll be good. Tell Coach Smiley I say hi, just super nice. And I've been watching her for a while since I realized I might transition into WWE, and I just think she's just amazing at what she does, and I would love to be an entertainer like her one day, but definitely Charlotte Flair.
So she's your favorite?
Yeah, she's my favorite.
You've seen Ronda?
Yes.
You like how she's transitioned over from
yes,
MMA?
Yes, I do. And Ronda has always been an inspiration to me because without her, I wouldn't be here today. Ronda paved the way for women's martial arts, and for that, I will always thank her. And I love the way she did the transition, and definitely she's someone I look up to her journey, but I will have my own path, and who knows what could happen in the future.
Now, as you know, it's not just about the athleticism and the bumps. You have to be good on the microphone too. How comfortable do you feel cutting promos, doing all the acting, that part of it?
Well, my dad, I don't know if people, but he was an actor in the movie Only the Strong.
Okay.
He's always loved that. He did the stunt scenes and the fight scenes and stuff. I was always a dancer doing shows and stuff in my elementary school. And also I was a broadcast journalism major.
You were?
Yes.
So was I.
Oh, really?
We have a lot in common, Valerie.
This is what I thought I would be doing one day.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what you on what level? What was your dream?
In high school, I started the broadcast journalism program there. And that's when
You started it?
I started at my school.
Really? You founded it?
The first class.
Really? Wow. Okay.
With my teacher, Ellie, but I started it there, and that's when I first learned mic skills. I learned production, camera, B-roll, stand-ups, etc. I got a lot of experience, and then somehow that helped me in Bellator, because in Bellator I was a fighter, but a lot of people don't know I was always I wanted to be knowing what was going to be posted and created and what's going to be cut, and I would always say cut this with this and put this video here. I love production, and I guess that's how my social media grew too, because I just like people showing authentically who I am and storytelling the way that my vision comes to life. So then I was that, and then I was at FIU, broadcast journalism major. Then I went online because I started pursuing MMA and I couldn't go to class. And then I transferred to UF, and now I'm on a little break, but I'm a broadcast journalism major at the University of Florida.
Wow.
Sports journalism.
Sports journalism. Do you want to, do you care to get the degree? Is this something that...
Yes and no, but I just do so much every single day.
Right.
And right now, I just really want to focus on the WWE.
Yeah, no, that is fair. By the way, speaking of the social media, it's quite the presence you have over there, to say the least. Now, I know you've talked about this. People sometimes try to discredit you. They try to say that you don't take it seriously, that you do IG model and this. Does it ever get on your nerves, under your skin, that people are trying to take away from what you've built or your path or things, your credibility based on what you are kind of putting out there into the world?
The way I think about it, number one, I don't read any of my comments or none.
None of it?
No.
It's tempting, no? It's right there.
No, I don't look at that. There's no need. I post what I want to post for myself, and that's it. But I just feel like they just don't know. They don't know I was 22 years old. They don't know how young I am, that I'm in the beginning of this sport. I chose to debut on a platform that the world would see me right off the bat. I chose for the world to see my MMA journey, see me win, see me lose. I knew what I was getting into. So that doesn't bother me. And now I'm I just don't care. I'm myself. I'm going to work very hard, and the world is going to see the entertainer and just woman I am in general.
Will you keep that up now that you're with WWE?
Of course.
Yeah? They're okay with that? I don't know how that works. Yeah?
I mean, they know everything about me.
Yeah.
You know, and I brand myself in a way like, when I post, I don't post for anyone. I post for myself because I work very hard to look the way I do and maintain myself. In MMA, I'm constantly getting hits, scratches on my face, like bruises everywhere. Like throughout the week, I have a hair in a bun like this with a huge knot, and like my face is all scratched and messed up, like 3 eyelashes. So for me, I just feel like they don't know. I will plan one day where I get dressed pretty and, you know, I feel good about myself. But definitely it's going to continue now. Just in a different way, you know. I'm not an MMA fighter anymore. I'm a WWE superstar, and I'm gonna show this world the Latina culture that really there hasn't been seen much of before, you know. And my goal with them is to inspire young Latina and all girls who also come to the United States from a family of immigrants that this is the American dream. If you work hard and have good work ethic, you know, believe in yourself, don't listen to what anyone says and follow your passions, your dreams can come true.
This is quite the promo right here that you're cutting right now. I mean, I feel like this could be the introductory promo when you.
To you from my heart.
I know. Well, that's the key. You have to be authentic, right? Yeah. That's what people sometimes don't like about certain characters, where it feels like they're playing a character. Yeah. If they let you be you, I feel like that will be the key to your success.
Yeah. I trust them, but I definitely want to have something to me. I am a fourth Dan master. Taekwondo, you know, like I have a big background there. And MMA, I know what I'm doing. Jiu-Jitsu, I know what I'm doing now. I had no option, you know? So I'm just going to just be me, keep doing my dances, like keep doing like what makes me happy, and that will rub off on everyone.
Part of the appeal to stop fighting, you don't want to get punched in the face anymore? I mean, like...
I don't care about that.
Black eyes? No?
I've never cared about that. That's not why
nose breaks.
Fighting. No, I don't care about. Before every fight, I would take a picture of my nose this way, this way, this way. So if they break it, then a doctor puts it back exactly how it was. You know, the only thing that kind of bothered me was this eye cut. This one was bad. There was 25 stitches in and out of the muscle, and it happened sparring, like training. Just so stupid, and that bothered me because in a fight, that's a very like open spot. That's my jab eye, so I just didn't want that to reopen and stuff. And it's a scar. I don't like scars.
Okay.
But other than that, I'll do anything for my dreams.
Now, what about ATT? Have you said goodbye to them yet? Are you going to stop by? How's that going to go down?
ATT, I'm always welcome to train there. And they told me I'm always welcome back. But I did tell my coaches, look, this opportunity presented itself. And I thought about it a lot. And I'm going to go this route. And I've been in ATT since I was 18 years old.
Wow.
And I saw people come and go there. And for me, watching Joanna retire, I cried so much because she is my true role model in mixed martial arts as a fighter, but also as a woman. And she always like made me believe in myself. And she's just such a boss and so amazing. So I'm definitely going to miss her. But my journey with ATT, I did 5 pro fights with them, 1 amateur one. They got me as an amateur.
Wow.
And I built myself there, and that's my home forever.
Yeah, I saw you were posting a lot about Joanna when she retired and whatnot.
Yeah.
Is she one of those fighters that took you under her wing? And why was she so kind of instrumental and important to you? Like, what was it about her and what she said to you or did for you?
Because Joanna's cool.
Yes,
like,
she is.
She's so cool. Like, she's a beautiful woman. She's an amazing fighter. I would say, JJ, you don't get nervous. No, own the moment. Own the moment. So every time I walk into cage, I'll think of that, Valerie, own the moment like JJ. But I couldn't, like, JJ just, she loves it. Before my fights, I would get so nervous, you know? But her training, us training together, that's my favorite person to train with ever because, like, she hits you hard, you know? And she doesn't get mad when you hit her hard back. It's one of those people that you love sparring with and training with because, like, they don't get mad. Like, you go hard because you know you have to train like that. But her work ethic is just incredible. She's just all over the place. Like, she does her modeling. She does her movie stuff, you know? And I don't know, she just told me that she could, like, you could do it all, you know? And you're not limited to one box. It's not just fighting. You could do everything. And she proved it day in and day out.
You mentioned at the beginning that you've had a tough upbringing, and that's why you were a little bit emotional here about everything you've been through to get to this moment.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about your upbringing? Why was it so tough?
Okay, so my grandparents came here from Cuba when my mom was 8 years old, and my grandparents from my dad's side, my dad was born in Venezuela, but from a family of Cubans, and he just went to Venezuela because he got promoted to vice president of Pepsi Cola.
Wow.
And then my dad came here when he was 14 years old with his sister, and then my parents met here in Miami, but I come from a first generation, and then my whole life, my dad had a martial arts school for 30-something years in Miami. My mom was, you know, the baronette, like the dancers with the baton.
Yeah, oh, wow, yeah.
My mom was the captain, whatever, but my mom always loved, like, glamour and TV and entertainment. So when I was born, I'm the firstborn, I have 2 little sisters. I was put extremely into Taekwondo because my dad wanted me to be an Olympian, and my mom wanted me to be a well-rounded woman. So I did both, and I never had time. Every single day for my whole life, I threw a kick. Like, there's not one day I would be in my dad's gym for like 8 hours every night. And I was always chasing a dream, and in that moment, I thought it would be the Olympics, that's how the world was gonna recognize me. And I didn't make it to the Olympics because throughout my training and stuff, my mom got diagnosed with AML leukemia, and that's when all of our lives changed, and we realized what really mattered in our lives was health, you know, and my mom. And I remember I was in high school at that time, and my mom was in the ICU, like, dying, and I had to give up everything, had to raise my 2 little sisters, you know, had to take them to school. The first time I drove was taking my mom to a hospital. Just our whole lives stopped, and I didn't know if my mom would live, right? And then my mom relapsed twice, and then she had a bone marrow transplant. And yesterday was her 6-year transplant birthday that the University of Miami Sylvester gave her because she was born again.
Wow.
So I remember when my mom was in the hospital and stuff, I would always say, Mama, one day I'm going to be so big and you're not going to have to work anymore and you're going to go with me everywhere and I'm going to win Dancing with the Stars. I'm going to do everything that you've ever dreamed of with me, you know? And then I saw MMA and I said, this is the way I'm going to make it. And the world's gonna see me, and I'm a tough fighter. My dad trains me like that, you know? I had nothing given to me easy. I said, I'm gonna take one for the team. I'm gonna do this for my family. I'm gonna get my name out there. I don't want us to suffer anymore. I don't want us to suffer financially. Like, I don't want us to suffer with health anymore. I wanna give my mom everything she deserves because my mom is such a good person. And then I fought MMA. I started winning, and my mom was scared. You know, she didn't want me to do that. This is scary for any parent. I said, Mom, I'm doing this. I'm going to make it one day. I promise you, Mom. I told us I was little, Mom, I'm going to make it one day. And then now when the WWE offered me a contract, she just was crying so much because she knows that this is my avenue and this is what I'm really good at.
Wow.
But my family has had it really tough, and my 2 little sisters too, and I'm doing this for our legacy because we deserve it. We're good people. We come from nothing. And everything my parents had and didn't have, they sacrificed it to give us a private education, to make us well-rounded, you know? My mom is a teacher. She makes like nothing every year, and just, it's very hard to see how hard she works. And I just want them to live well because we've suffered too much, and I'm gonna take this family forward. I'm gonna create this path, and I just wanna make it so big for all of us, you know?
How is she feeling now?
She's good. She's good. She's here with me.
Oh, wow.
I brought her to New York because yesterday was her cancer birthday, so we went to dinner last night. And now she's here with me, and I'm just so happy that she's alive to see this because I would be nothing without my mom, you know?
Thank you, Abe. If you want some, I didn't want to, ruin the makeup or everything.
Sorry.
If you need water, do you need water?
I'm good.
Okay. Good to see you, Abe. And I appreciate you sharing this. And I know, but
I feel like people need to know. People don't know me.
Yes.
People don't know. They think I'm just an Instagram girl. Do you know how hard I've worked my whole life? You know how hard I've gotten hit my whole life? You know how many competitions, how many sparrings, how many trainings? Like, people don't know me. And that's what hurts me. Not the social media, the fact that people don't know me yet, because if they knew and understood my story, that I'm just a young girl with a dream and will do anything to make that happen, they would be different with me, you know? And hopefully now with the WWE, since it's so global, people will see me for the hardworking woman I am. Because never one day in my life have I stopped and not trained and not had a dream. These past 6 weeks since that tryout is the first time in my life I could sit down, I have no fight, I don't have to cut weight, I don't have something coming up. It's like so weird. I didn't know what to do. I was, Mama, ¿qué hago? What do I do now? Like, my mom, Valerie, relax, that you're gonna start working very hard. Relax, this is your time up. I don't know what that is. And now, like, I'm excited to be here, announce this. I'm excited to move and just work hard, man.
That's why I was asking about, like, the criticism that you get sometimes, because, you know, you've been through so much. Yeah. It's not fair.
Yeah.
And that's why I was wondering if it bothers you at times.
It's just, people don't know me. And if they knew, one day there will be a movie on my life and my story and what my family has really been through, the craziness. Like, if they understood, they wouldn't be like that. I'm just a 23-year-old girl chasing a dream that's worked very hard, that fought in MMA. After 3 amateur fights, I said I could do this, I could do this, I could do this. I just wanted to be in a big stage already because I knew I could do it, you know? I chose to face adversity in front of people. Like, I did this to myself, and people saw me in there and they fell in love with me because I was me, you know? I was mad, I was angry, I was screaming, I was like doing like my dances, like, I don't know, my platform grew because I just didn't care what anybody ever said about me. I didn't care. Like, you think I can't take cute pictures and also fight? Like, that's stupid. Like, as a woman, I'm limitless. Like, I truly am. I'm not boxed to one thing. I believe I could be successful in any avenue I put my mind to.
You mentioned, like, you know, you're going to do this for your family. You're going to get everyone a better life. For your mom. That's a lot of pressure to put on yourself. Is this too much pressure that you're putting on yourself? Like, you know, like, all that will come with success. Yeah. But when you're trying to do this for everyone, that's a lot to put on young shoulders.
I have been doing it for a while now. And that's the only thing that makes me happy, is being able to take care of my mom. Okay. It's the only thing that makes me happy. I don't care about anything for myself. I just care about taking care of my mom.
Can I ask you, is your dad still a part of your life?
Yes, my dad's here too.
Oh, he is here too. Oh, okay. Hello.
Yeah, my dad's here.
How does he feel about you leaving martial arts? I mean, this is a progression, right? There's still sort of elements there, but how does he feel about all of this?
My dad told me when I went into MMA 5 years ago, he's like, Valerie, you know what? You fight, and if one day WWE gives you an opportunity, you do it. And then we didn't know it would come so soon, because I didn't know my last fight in November would be my last fight.
Right.
And I looked at my dad and I said, Papa, that's it. No more fighting. Now it's WWE time. And we cried, but he supported me. And he said, let's do this. And here we are.
Did you consider having one last, like, retirement fight, or you didn't really care to do that?
No, you know why? Because I'm turning 24 now. I feel like the time is now. You know, I'm young, I'm single, I have no family, I have no kids. And I just, you know, this is a lot of traveling, it's a lot of work. And I feel like if I work as hard as I can now in my 20s, one day I'll look back with my family, my kids, and be able to relax. Right. But now is the time to hustle. I got to make this happen now and do it big.
You know, you mentioned something that I do think I should highlight, because you are under contract, or at least were under contract with Bellator, right? And I think it's important to know, because I got a statement here. I just want to get this here real quick, because this is from Scott Coker. You know Scott, right?
Yes.
Here it is. Scott, we got this statement from Scott. Valerie Loureda, I don't know if you've heard this statement or read it, is a very young and talented athlete who can accomplish plenty in MMA for years to come. But for now, we wish her the best of luck as she pursues her dream of becoming a WWE superstar. She will remain an active and under contract fighter with Bellator, and we look forward to welcoming her back to the cage in the near future. We take great pride in allowing our athletes to test themselves in additional arenas such as boxing and pro wrestling. They didn't have to let you do this, right? Like, you had to get permission from them, right? That's pretty big. Like, they could have stopped all of this from happening. Did you speak to them, or did your management speak to them? How did that process go? Because I could imagine there being a situation where they were like, we built her up the last couple of years and now she's just going to leave. No, maybe we don't want her to do that. How did that go?
My manager spoke to them, and honestly, I'm just so grateful that they've treated me the way that they have. And I just think they know, like, the type of girl I am, and they all know me personally. And I love Scott and I love Mike Hogan a lot, because without them, I wouldn't be here today. But I think they knew it was ready for me to butterfly.
Yes.
And grow, because this is gonna, trust me, the world's gonna see me as an entertainer now. And this is everything I'm good at once. It's not just fighting. It's not just wait till I want to fight and then I could do a little, no, this is Valerie Loureda.
Yeah.
And people are gonna see it.
This feel like this is a weekly thing. You're not just gonna like disappear for 3 months. This is exactly what you've wanted.
Yeah, and it's glamour, it's storytelling, it's production, it's fighting, it's impact, it's contacts. Like, this is tough. Like, we hit each other.
Yeah.
Like, this is tough. You know, this is real. And this is, for me, like, a profession. Like, I'm looking forward to just being the best in every aspect of their being. There's so many things going on all the time that you have to be so aware of, you know? You truly have to be talented to be a superstar. And my little time that I was there, I grew a lot. I didn't want to leave. And I could only imagine what I'm going to do when I move to Orlando. Because the moment I move there, I'm locked in. And I'm going to train as hard as I can until they think I'm ready for television.
I've heard those tryouts are insane. Like, they try to break you so that, like, you don't waste their time.
Yeah.
Toughest thing you've ever been through athletically?
Yes, I was exhausted. But more like mentally.
Right.
Mental for me, like that shift from fighting to MMA, more delicate, not delicate, you know, like just a lot of balance. I'm rough. I'm a rough girl. And then this is like, it's just very different. But I was able to adapt, had fun. Then I, like, just started adding my touch to it. And then that's when I realized my creativity and like, I'm going to add a new Latina, Miami, like, thing going here that's never been represented in the WWE before.
By the way, where'd you grow up in Miami?
A Street, Calle Ocho, like Westchester.
Westchester,
Yes.
So like Jorge?
Yes.
Okay.
George was my neighbor.
Come on.
Yeah.
At what age? Like when you were
growing up and we didn't know until later on.
Oh, really? So you didn't see him?
No.
Okay.
Until later on.
That's crazy. Obviously, I mean, you're friends, right? Has he taken you under his wing as well, helped you business, growth, all that stuff?
Well, when I was first considering WWE, I told him, and he was so happy. He's like, Val, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. And then I told him I'm going to represent Cuba and Miami. And he said, you were born for this. So I'm just excited, like, he sees me in this, and he knows. He knows what I'm going to do here.
By the way, do you ever go to those backyard brawls like, that he was a part of, Kimbo, all that? No, you didn't do that?
No.
You didn't watch those?
No.
I mean, weren't those common in Westchester, or you weren't hanging out?
I didn't grow up like that. I grew up doing Taekwondo, traditional martial arts, and ballerina, pointe, ballet, jazz, musicals, piano, ice skating, everything in the book because my mom was crazy.
Right. And did you try out for the Olympics? Or like, did you try to go down the path?
I went to the World Championship in Muju, Korea. I competed there.
Wow.
I lost my first fight against a Canadian girl that was 6'3", but the last kick I kicked her, I broke her rib.
Oh, damn.
Because I was always the type of person who wanted to finish a fight. I never wanted to do the point-style fighting. That's what Taekwondo turned into. So that's when it wasn't like really for me anymore because I'm short and I have big thighs. Like for me, it's more hit hard and just knockout. Mm-hmm. That's how I always thought, even in Taekwondo. So in MMA, I was like, Papa, this is easy. I'll have to do a back kick and I'll break her rib. You know, I realized that, you know, that was more for me than Taekwondo.
Your sisters are how old? My
sister Nati's 21. She's beautiful. And Francesca's beautiful. She's 15.
Do they want to be fighters or wrestlers or like, do they follow your same?
So we're all black belts. My mom was pregnant with me doing her black belt test with my dad.
What?
We're all black belts.
She was pregnant?
She was pregnant.
Okay.
Doing her black belt test. So I was training before I was even born.
Okay.
But Nati is an incredible kickboxer and I'm training her now. She's the best training partner. And also she's training with me some wrestling moves.
Okay.
Because I wanted to start learning too. Like I just wanted to just be able to train with me and stuff. And now when I moved to Orlando, we're going to train at night. I'm going to train her because I wanted to start amateur kickboxing and I wanted to do a match soon.
Wow. And what about the other sister?
So Francesca's also black belt, but she's a cheerleader and she's a gymnast and she's also an actress. But maybe I could see us all one day. The Loureda sisters.
Wow,
that's my vision.
in WWE.
Mm-hmm. Maybe. If that's what they want to do.
If that's what they want, you're down for whatever. So the plan is next month you move to Orlando, full-time training at their they call it the Performance Center over there, right? And then you don't know, you just kind of let them do whatever they want. They tell you when there'll be probably NXT, and then at some point the main roster.
Yeah, I just have to train and work hard.
Right.
And I have kept my weight down. Like if a fight, like I literally, for fights, I just get more sucked because I'm more dehydrated. By now I'm healthy, I'm not like thirsty and stuff, and I'm super close to my flyweight weight.
Right.
Because I said to myself, if WWE is giving you this opportunity and you have one time to represent Latina women, you're gonna make the most out of it. And I'm gonna look my best, I'm gonna act my best, I'm gonna train my best, and I'm in peak shape right now to just do everything they want me to do.
By the way, did you talk to Paige about wrestling? What did she tell you about it?
Paige and I trained together for a little bit. There's videos of us like
really?
each other.
Wrestling?
Yeah.
Interesting.
When we first started, I just wanted to see it. I just wanted to watch her. But she has her own journey with AEW and she's doing amazing. I was so happy to see her perform because I saw her training it and stuff. She has her own journey and I have mine, and she's so nice, and I'm just looking forward to what she does for her promotion.
Did you talk to AEW as well?
No.
There was no?
No.
Wow, look at your face. You just went like,
no.
You were not interested. You're Team WWE.
Team WWE all the way, and there's nothing.
Why so serious you just got?
Because
you didn't want to play the negotiation game, you know?
No, nothing compares to WWE. Like, it's a monster of its own, and everyone knows that.
They're going to love you.
No.
That was a great answer.
It's the truth, though.
There's no second place.
No, there's nothing.
Minor leagues.
Like, they're global. It's a global organization. Like, even with its, like, everything, there's nothing that compares to a WrestleMania. Like, who could pull that off? Like, nobody. WWE, they're the only ones.
And multi-year deal?
I don't know.
Okay, you don't know. Can I just ask? Maybe this is a question. Abe, what's the comparison? Bellator or WWE? Who pays better?
Both are very good. Depending.
Both are good? Is there like, there's like certain, if you hit certain things, how does that work? With WWE, like if you get to a certain point, how does that work?
I'm not going to get into the details, but it's very good.
All right, fair enough. You know, I have to ask these questions. You know? Well, I'm very happy for you. Yeah. Congratulations. Is there anything else that you want that you kept saying, like you want the world to know who you are, you want the world to know your story? Is there anything that you feel like we need to know as you embark? And by the way, when you become a massive star, you know, there's rumors that one of their big stars, Sasha Banks, might be leaving. I feel like you're going to be bigger than her. If I could just be honest for a second, I think you're going to be way bigger than her. You're going to take her spot. Now, we wish her the best, but I mean, this is great timing. When you make it to WrestleMania main event, you don't big time us, all right? Don't say, oh yeah, these little guys.
Because you're nice to me about your articles and the headlines and stuff.
I'm always nice to everyone, but you know what happens? Everyone becomes big time, and then they forget about the little people. All right, they're happy to come on when they're on the way up, but they forget to send the elevator back down. You don't strike me as that type of person, if I'm being honest. But what else does the world need to know? Anything that comes to mind?
I think people just need to know I'm a very humble girl that believes in being a good person, and God will give back to you. And I'm from Miami, Florida. Miami, we're bred differently. And I'm going to be the first woman to represent Miami, and I want to be known as like the female Rock version. You know, I saw what The Rock did. He went to University of Miami and everything he's done. And I think I could achieve that same star power. I believe I have it, and I believe I'm going to work very hard every single day to make that happen. But more than anything, in the WWE, I do want to headline a WrestleMania one day. I do want to be the first Cuban-American Latina woman to headline something. But I just want to inspire young girls. And I just want them to know that follow your passions. Like, forget about a stereotype, or like if people look a certain way, you can't. No, forget about that. If you're passionate about yourself and about something and you believe in yourself, don't listen to anybody. Like, I had so many coaches like tell me like I'm not good enough, or like that I wasn't gonna win a fight, or that I wasn't ready, and I just never listened to anybody else. Just always authentically myself. With the way I would post, with what I would say. I would post crying, beat up, posted with my eye. I posted when I lost, like, this is life, but always follow your dreams. And if I did it, a girl in Miami that came from nothing, first generation American, from Calle Ocho in Miami, anyone could do it, okay? Miami, and another thing I want to say is that I'm very proud to represent Miami. I love my city and the support that I've gotten, and even with the rumors that I'm signing with the WWE, people have stopped me on the streets crying because they want a role model to show people who we are and our culture. And my favorite part of everything is having parents bring their kids to me and say, look, she works hard. You could do that too. And for me, that is what drives me every single day. I just want to be able to walk out in the WWE and see all these little girls and just Latino kids or just anyone. And just, I want them to know that anything is possible and dreams can come true.
I feel like we need a cafecito to do a little cheers here, you know? Something like that.
We're not in Miami. If not,
we're not in Miami. Yeah. By the way, are you going to Money in the Bank?
Yes.
You're going to Las Vegas?
I'm going to Las Vegas tomorrow.
Wow, so am I.
International Fight Week. Well, I'll see you there.
Not International Fight Week. Forget about that. You're going for Money in the Bank.
I'm going for Money in the Bank.
That's right.
And I have the suitcase there.
I have the suitcase too.
Oh.
How about that?
I like it.
They just sent this to me. I have not opened it yet. Have you opened it?
Yes.
Oh, do you know what's in it?
I don't know if I know.
I mean, maybe it's the contract, your contract. Let's see. So Money in the Bank this Saturday at MGM Grand on the Peacock Network, your future home.
Yes.
Right?
I love Peacock.
Oh, look at this. Wow, we've got presents here, Valerie. This is you sent this to us? You could say you.
Yes.
This is part of the. Look at this. We got
little slides,
little flip flops. Money in the Bank. Valerie, we have some money here. Is this real? I don't know.
If it's real,
this is real. Is this real? What do you think? No. You might know. No, it's not real. All right, you could have played along. I mean, it's called kayfabe in the business. You know what kayfabe is? There he is. There's the big man, Game Bread. Wait, we got other stuff. We got this. Wow, they really hooked us up here.
Oh, that's cute. A Yeti.
A Yeti. You need to come by the studio more often, Valerie, because we got presents when you come by. We got a little speaker here.
A little speaker.
What kind of theme song are we going to have? What do you want? Yeah.
I don't know, maybe like
Latina.
Maybe a conga.
A conga, okay. Yeah.
That conga. No,
oh, yeah. It has to be something like J-Lois. Yeah. You're a very good dancer. I've seen online. And what else? We got this. I mean, this is very nice. I'm going to put this in the studio.
Yes.
We got the money here. Our friends at Peacock. So you got one of these as well. Mm-hmm. Imagine the moment when we're going to play this in a few years, when you're going to climb the ladder and get the Money in the Bank.
Oh my God.
And we'll say, we knew Valerie Loureda. She doesn't respond to our texts anymore. She doesn't come on the show, but we knew her and she announced. You announced this. This is not out there, right?
No,
you announced it on this show?
That's why I started crying in the beginning, because I haven't said it before.
Yeah.
I've been literally every day for the past 6 weeks. I have a countdown on my phone, like a widget on my home screen. WWE TakeOver. 6 weeks, 5 weeks, 9 days. Every day I wake up, I want the days to pass for this moment.
What took so long to sign the deal?
Just protocol. Just
negotiations.
I have to trust the WWE and what they say. I didn't even know if I was going to get a contract, but I was just waiting for this moment. And just.
When did you find out that you were getting it? Like that it was a done deal?
When?
What's that?
I told her the day after WrestleMania, but she didn't believe.
No, because
you've known that long?
At WrestleMania, they told me, okay. And I said to James, I said, why me? So many MMA girls reaching out. Why me? Because everybody was reaching out after me there. And they just told me, and I was like, okay, but I still don't believe it. I didn't believe it. I still said I'm going to have to fight 5-6 more times and just train hard. But then I started dieting and I started training like if I have a fight. And then when I went to the tryout, after that, I think I believed it because I knew I performed to the level that I had to, you know?
Amazing. Well, I'm rooting for you. I wish you the best.
Thank
congrats on the deal. Thank you for coming here and announcing it. We really appreciate it. The MMA community is behind you. Cuba's behind you.
Cuba's behind me.
Miami is behind you.
Miami.
305 is behind you. Florida's behind you. And I wish you nothing but the best. Sincerely, I really hope that you get to realize your dreams, not only for yourself, but for your family. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that story about your mother. And I'm so happy that she is doing better and is healthy as well.
She's watching on YouTube right now.
Okay. Hello, Mama. What do you call it?
Mama.
Muchas gracias.
Yeah, and also like mis seguidores latinos, los quiero mucho y acabo de hacer algo muy grande para Cuba y para Miami, Florida. Y esto va a cambiar la vida de nosotros. Ganamos y voy a cambiar el mundo.
I think you said like you're doing this for...
I said, this is a big win for us, and I'm going to change our world.
Amen. Me gusta bailar and cantar.
Me encanta.
Yes, something like
Yes.
that. Yeah. I saw the movie one time with my daughter. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, Valerie. You guys are awesome. Thank you for coming by. They're just going to walk you out here. We just keep it going. There's Joe, our
Okay.
guy. Good luck to you, okay? Make it happen.
One more
We're going to
hug.
hug again. Oh,
Yes.
wow. This is great. Thank you so much for doing this. I really
See you
appreciate it.
soon.
I will see you soon. See you at WrestleMania next year. Headlining. Yes, take them. There she is, Valerie Loureda, the newest member of the WWE roster. Abe, you're the man. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate you guys very much. And a beautiful moment there, and a huge honor for us to have Valerie stop by and announce her massive, massive news right here on the program. How about that? A beautiful moment. How about that? A little emotion there. A great story. Someone that you want to root for. And another MMA fighter now transitioning over to the world of professional wrestling. We've seen some, most notably, we saw Ronda recently. Paige did it with AEW, but here's Valerie Loureda of Bellator fame, formerly of Bellator fame, getting a chance to make it big in WWE. This is cool. It's a Yeti, and it looks like a can, but it's not actually a can, as you can see. I hear a bit of an echo, Frank, when I'm speaking. Maybe it's because of the lav mic. What do you think?
Shouldn't be hearing that anymore.
Hello? Yes, that is better. All right. Thank you very much to Valerie Loureda for stopping by. Appreciate her very much. Thank you to WWE for hooking that up. Abe Kawa, the infamous Abe Kawa of First Round Management. Plenty more show to go. We do have to answer some questions on the nose, everyone's favorite segment of the week. That is always fun. We haven't done that in 2 weeks, so I'm excited about that. And of course, we have to get GC's official UFC 276 picks. It's time, my friends. However, before we get to all of that, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. As you know, UFC 276, it goes down this Saturday. It's Israel Adesanya going up against one Jared Cannonier. It's the last stylebender versus the killer gorilla himself. It's Alex, the great Volkanovski, going up against Max Holloway. It's so much. It is so much. And of course, with DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC, new customers can bet $5 on any fighter to win and get $100 in free bets, win or lose. Whether it's Adesanya with a knockout kick or a powerful punch from Cannonier, you win no matter what. And with DraftKings same-game parlays, you can turn another small bet into a big payday, combine multiple bets like which fighter will win, number of knockouts, and more. For UFC 276, you can place same-game parlays, and if it hits, you'll win double. How about that? Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code DMAR. Bet $5 on any 276 fighter to win and get $100 in free bets no matter what. What a deal. That's code THEMMAHour. Please use that code. It's very important. This Saturday at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. We say hello now to G City. How are you, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
Good energy?
Yeah. Good energy. International Fight Week.
International Fight Week. How about Valerie? I mean, just pouring it all out there for
All
us.
time.
Very emotional. I was told there wasn't a dry eye in the control room.
Yeah, Frank was bawling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. Money in the bank, the briefcase.
How about that?
Loaded with goodies.
Loaded with goodies. I know you like, like some merch, some.
Yeah.
Is it swag or swag?
Swag.
Swag?
I mean, what is that? Is it swag or swag?
I don't know. All right. Are we hyped or what?
I mean,
276.
I'm hyped up. Yeah.
I am
in Vegas. They finally lifted the ban and you're allowed to go.
I feel like people don't quite understand the joke every time we talk about the ban. Does it matter or
What's
no?
the joke?
Well, the joke is that, a very successful comedian once said that I was banned from the state of Las Vegas. I think they think that you're talking about the UFC, but it's just from the entire state of Las Vegas, right?
Yeah.
State of
Which
Las Vegas.
obviously UFC happens there all the time.
Yeah. It's going to be great. You going out? Do you change your mind?
No.
No interest?
I have heavy interest.
Have you thought about it?
Wallet can't deal with it. No, never
Can't deal with it.
considered it.
Not even for the big
didn't even
meetup?
Look at the no, absolutely not.
I, on the
Didn't
other
even
hand,
consider it.
Oh, Frank's going?
I have also decided I'm definitely not going.
Oh, all right.
Frank's not even coming over on Saturday night for the fights.
Really?
Yeah.
276? Why not?
I'm working.
Man.
Classic excuse.
What are you working on Saturday night?
I am engineering a show.
Okay.
At a venue in Brooklyn.
Wow.
I think he's DJing. I think that's what he's doing.
Are you a DJ?
Yes.
What's your DJ name? Frank?
He seems nervous to respond.
Is it that secretive?
Nah, it's fine.
I don't know. People might show up. People might mob him if
All
he
right,
gives
fine,
out his
fair
DJ
enough.
name. They can find out where he
All
performs.
right, 276. Let's get hyped. Let's go. We need the picks. I'm told you're actually laying some lumber on every single fight on the card.
Every single fight on the card. So
Jeez
just
Louise.
strap in. I'm going to keep this as short as possible as I go from fight to fight. But it's like the Super Bowl. Like when the Super Bowl happens, I have like 19 bets in play. Having fun is the main objective. If we win money, that's an extra little sprinkle on top.
Mm-hmm. All right. What do we got? What do we got?
All right, let's kick it off. I mean, let's get right into it. First up, graphics went to a whole nother level.
Whoa. Jeez Louise.
Just in honor of International Fight Week. I mean,
Okay, so this isn't going to be a common occurrence.
I don't know. I think it might be. It didn't take as much efforting as I thought. We got the flags. Every fighter's nation represented.
Yeah.
Even Stoliarenko's Lithuania, and we got a nice gold trim. So, gonna give myself the old Barry
I
H.
don't know if I see a gold trim. Where's the gold trim?
The words are in gold.
Okay. Well, that's not a trim. That's a font.
Gold foil is what I should have said.
Okay, fair enough. It's very nice.
Yeah, but as you can see,
you're going with JRC.
I'm going with JRC. Our boy New York Rick. He is convinced that the darling of the MMA hour, Jessica Rose Clark, who's gonna obviously be walking out to Shawn Michaels' Sexy Boy this weekend, is not gonna win. That's what he said, and he actually has gone so far. He has a bet on Stoliarenko, but I tried to convince him otherwise. He was not hearing it. Stoliarenko, 0-4 in the UFC. She has been outstruck in every single one of her fights. She loves going for sub attempts, but she's 1-9 on takedowns. 12% accuracy there. Queen of the arm bars. I know last time, I know you're going to say it. You're going to say, dude, Jessica Rose Clark got arm barred last time out by Stephanie Egger. She went through that. She had to go through that pain of getting arm barred. Now she's not going to get arm barred again.
Oh, I was very impressed with her demeanor on Monday. Sorry if you heard me moving around. I was just putting on my money.
Yeah, we all heard it. Yeah,
I was putting on my money in the bank
Bags.
slides. No, I was putting on the slides.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I
Really?
get comfortable here. And of course, classic New York Rick move. I mean, everyone's excited. Everyone's pulling for JRC, and he has to go the other direction.
So confident in her that he placed a wager on Stoliarenko.
What is Stoliarenko?
Plus 140, I think. I think she's going to only become a larger dog as the week goes on.
You think so?
I mean,
Because
I
of all
took
the hype
Jessica
about
Rose
the-
Clark on like Monday morning at minus 128, and she's like minus 150 now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
All right, I
man.
like it.
I think people are in on JRC. All right, let's keep it rolling. Andre Muniz. I mean, you saw it. You saw it on Monday in the International Fight Week draft. He was my first pick. I am a huge Andre Muniz fan. If this hits the mat, which I think is going to, Sean Strickland took Uriah Hall down 4 times. I think Andre Muniz is going to be able to do the same. Once it hit the mat, just watch the man work. 3rd-degree BJJ black belt. Very skilled offensively with it. 15 of his 22 wins are by submission. I think he gets a number 1 here. 6-0 in the UFC. Let's move him on to 7-0.
I like it.
Next up, DDP. Dricus Duplessis.
Well, not bad. Close enough.
Not bad. I was a little bit nervous as I was going that.
By the way, I'm shocked that I didn't think of that.
Think of what?
DDP.
That's what I said. I first heard that from Jed Mishu, No Bets Barred. Shout out to him. He
Yeah?
said DDP, and I was like, wow, this is my first time hearing DDP. I love it. It's sticking just as much as JRC is.
Oh my God, DDP is, and you know who DDP is, right?
Mm.
But you don't get the reference?
No.
Diamond Dallas Page?
Nah. I just thought it
Bang?
was a cool nickname.
Oh my God, no, he's one of the all-time
Now
great
you're
pro
exposing
wrestlers.
me. I was going to say, I'm guessing this is a pro wrestler. You're just coming off your wrestling interview.
Yeah.
You're
Oh,
one-upping me
DDP.
and making me
DDP is a
look
great
dumb.
name, but it's Dricus Duplessis. We spoke about this.
Duplessis.
Duplessis, yeah.
I was studying French on the train in this morning. I'm not even kidding.
You nailed it in the pre-show.
Yeah, I know. I get a little bit nervous, in front of everybody, though.
It's all good.
I mean, fantastic fight. Originally, it was like number 2 on the card. Now it's number 4, somewhere around there. Fantastic fight. Cannot wait for this one. Everyone's talking about DDP's only path to victory being like KOing Tavares. But I actually think he's a little bit underrated as a grappler. We saw him do it a little bit against Trevin Giles. Got 2 takedowns there. I don't think he's afraid to go to the mat. He actually has more submission wins than he does have knockouts. And I just think I believe in the skill set of DDP, and I think he gets it done against an aging Brad Tavares, either by knocking him out, landing a big shot, or he does go to the ground and he sinks in a choke or maybe a guillotine on Brad Tavares, which is why I'm not only taking DDP, I'm taking the fight does not go to decision at -105. I know Tavares goes to a lot of decisions. He doesn't have like fantastic finishing power, but you're giving me a guy who is now the favorite in this fight at essentially even odds for it to not go the distance, and he has 18 fights, win or lose. He has never seen the scorecards, all 18, finished inside the distance. It's just out of principle. It's just like Shavkat last week. They gave it to me at -155. He had never seen the scorecards. I just have to bet it in a situation like that. It's just a principle of mine.
Obviously, you know that I agree with this one. He was one of my picks.
I love it. Yeah. I'm excited to fight. I'm excited to see him fight, man.
By the way, I saw a lot of people saying that I had horrible picks. I mean, this is crazy.
We're gonna find out this weekend. That's the only way.
Well, it was a lot of pandering, on your page over there. It's like everyone's like, "Oh yeah, you killed it." I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
Listen, I think if you had posted the graphic of the draft, there would have been pandering to you.
You think so?
I think so. Yeah.
All right.
I think it's just because of whose page it came from. All right. Ian Gary, the future A of the card. We got future B as well, and Macy Barber, 2 futures on the card. Future of men's MMA and women's MMA, with their nicknames. Yeah, I'm going with Ian Gary. I've played him in his 2 previous fights. I'll continue to play him here. The guy gets a lot of hate. I feel like people talk down on him. He's not going to be who he thinks he's going to be. I feel like he's a little bit more savvy of a fighter than people give him credit for. I think he is a more technical striker than Gabe Green is. In his last fight out, I felt like he just, as he went on against Darian Weeks, he just got better and better as he was downloading information. I feel like he does have a decent fight IQ. And in this one, big cage. They're not in the apex, unfortunately, but the bigger cage, I think it's going to benefit Ian Gary, how much movement he uses. I think he's going to be able to keep it at range and win a 29-28 close decision over Gabe Green.
I like it. I mean, I picked him as well. So it seems like you're, what is it called in the business? Trailing a lot of my picks?
Tailing a lot of your picks. Yes, I'm tailing a lot of your picks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let's keep it moving, though. The fight for the most wins in UFC history. Miller Cerrone, 2 legends going at it. I'm not going to pick a side in this one. I'm going to go with the under 2.5 here. I mean, it's just 2 aging guys. Cerrone kind of seems like he's shot, finisher be finished type guy. Miller, 8 of his last 11 fights have not seen past the 2-minute mark in the second round. Cerrone, his last 20 fights, 14 of those have not made it over 2.5. 8 of them ending in the first round. I would not be shocked at all if Jim Miller goes out there and finishes Cowboy Cerrone in the first round. I just really can't trust a guy who's 0-6-1 in his last 7 fights. I just do think someone gets finished here. The only reason I'm not on Jim Miller is because it is at welterweight, and I think that benefits Cerrone much more than it does Miller.
All right.
Next up, Jalen Turner, the Tarantula. You mentioned on Monday, yes, I'm going with CBK here. I think that's probably the only time this month I will go against CBK, though. I mean, both dudes are super skilled. Brad Riddell, obviously a world-class striker. I mean, he is fantastic. I felt like he was just skyrocketing before that Fiziev fight. Great fight. Unfortunately, he got finished in that one. Just the way Turner has been fighting lately, his last 4 fights, 4 finishes, 2 by sub, 2 by knockout. He's only 27. He's just getting better, and you just can't ignore the size disparity here. Jalen Turner does not have the body of a natural lightweight. He has a 8-inch height advantage, 6-inch reach advantage in this fight. Like it's almost going to look like these guys should be in different weight classes. He has all the capabilities to keep this at range, potentially knock Brad Riddell out. Brad Riddell, he might try to make this dirty, get in close, go for a takedown. He does have a takedown in every single one of his UFC fights. But I think even taking it to the ground is dangerous because Jalen Turner's slick down there. He has capabilities to get guys out of there on the ground. And I think that's what he's going to do, either by knockout or by submission. I think Jalen Turner is likely going to win this one by finish.
Wow, that would be a big one. All right. We like Jalen around here. Great guy. He's been on the program.
Great guy.
Affable.
I have not met him, but he is a great guy.
Well, you met him sort of,
Via Zoom.
Yeah.
Via Zoom, yeah. Next up, Sean O'Malley. This fight, it's pretty much going to exclusively play out on the feet. I can't imagine if anyone's going to go for a takedown, I think it's going to be Munoz, but he hasn't done that. He hasn't landed a takedown in his last 8 fights. O'Malley obviously isn't a guy to really go for takedowns, hasn't landed one in his last 7. So in a fight on the feet, am I going to trust one of the better prospects in terms of boxing we've seen in a while with a 5-inch height advantage, 7-inch reach advantage, and a plus 4.74 strikes landed per minute ratio? And his last 5 wins have been by KO or TKO? Or do I trust a fighter with all the disadvantages in that, has a negative strikes landed per minute ratio, and has no finishes since 2019, sorry. I'm going to go with the Sugar Show, 16-0. Here we come.
Yeah, a lot of people excited about it. Now, I also get a little bit offended when they say it's his toughest test. It's very disrespectful to our friend Chito Vera.
Right. I agree.
Maybe we didn't know that Chito would be as good, but come on.
Yeah, I think Chito Vera is definitely the tougher test. I also do think it's funny every Sean O'Malley fight week, people talk about him potentially getting his legs snapped because he's so skinny, and obviously do
people talk about that?
Yeah,
I guess because he had the.
I've seen a few people. Yeah, you can't trust his legs, things like that. Anyway, let's keep it rolling. Robbie Lawler. This one.
Wow.
Normal fight card, I probably wouldn't be betting this one, but it's International Fight Week. We are forced to have a bet on every single fight.
That's the rule, right?
It's the rule. If you don't abide by it, I mean, you're not in the International Fight Week spirit, if we're being totally honest. Lawler, I know he's getting up there in age. The fiasco with Nate Diaz the last time out, I do know that he dropped a round of that, according to a couple of the judges in that fight. I just felt like that was a very weird fight. It almost felt like Lawler was kind of being cautious with everything that was going on. And 4 before that, I mean, he lost his last 4, although the Ben Askren fight, he looked pretty phenomenal before, the tap out there. But he got taken down in 17 times in those 4 fights. Brian Barberena ain't taking this thing to the ground. I think it's just going to be a hectic back and forth striking affair. The crowd going nuts. A legend in Robbie Lawler, a guy who's been around a long time, and Brian Barberena just going at it. I think it's going to be a close decision. At the time when I took it, Robbie Lawler was the dog. I want to have that in a fight that I think is going to be close like this. And I mean, skill-wise speaking, I think Robbie Lawler is the much better fighter, but obviously he's much older, so I think that makes it a more even fight, and I think it's going to be very close. But I'm going to hope that Robbie Lawler gets it done for me here.
No love to the lunchbox guy.
Yep. No love to the lunchbox guy. Yeah, no, bam, lunchbox, you got it up there. All right, next up, we are also in agreement on this one. Alex Pereira. I will take him money line. Another fight that I may not bet if it's on a normal card just because of the unknowns going into it. If you're betting Sean Strickland, you're probably assuming that he's going to go for takedowns. If you're betting Alex Pereira, you're assuming he can either avoid those or land a power shot on Sean Strickland. I'm just going to make the assumption that I think, the Glory double champ is going to be able to land something here, maybe wobble him or avoid the takedowns to at least try to get a decision if he can't get him out there. I mean, he's obviously the better striker here, definitively more power, speed, height, reach. Probably the only thing Strickland has going for him is the volume and the pace that he is able to put on him. But Pereira in that 3rd round against Bruno Silva, I thought he was impressive. I mean, he clearly pulled away from the fight in that round. That could be speaking to Silva's gas tank, but I trust him in the 3rd round. I'm going to trust him in this fight, not overconfidently in it, but like we said, we're having a bet on every single fight on this card. So we will be rolling with Alex Pereira. Perfect world. He knocks out Strickland. Adesanya knocks out Cannonier. We get that crazy title fight. Adesanya, Pereira 3.
Oh, man. I want to see Pereira versus Adesanya.
That would be fantastic, especially to see in a UFC octagon. All right, let's get into the co-main and the main event. We're getting kind of wacky here.
All right.
In the co-main. I'm going with Alex Volkanovski. I'm biased. We know this. The trilogy. I'm going to continue to ride with the guy that already has 2 in the bank. I think you said something similar on Monday. I think he's just continuing to make improvements in his game. He just impresses me every single time he comes out, where Holloway is probably bringing in a very similar skill set that he had in the last fight. Not saying that's a skill set that isn't unbelievable. I mean, look at his last 2 fights. He's landed like 800 significant strikes over the last 2 fights. I mean, he's unbelievable. But I just think Volkanovski, he is continuing to level up. He's already beaten him twice. And I think he gets it done here for a third time. I think it's going to be another close decision, which is why, too juicy not to, New York Rick showed me this line. I had to take it. Max Holloway by split decision right now on DraftKings at plus 1,100. Yeah, I just felt like in a razor-thin fight. We've seen the judges, these very close fights. We've seen a lot of split decisions lately. Would not be surprised if this one goes to a split decision. I feel like if Holloway's going to win, it's going to be by decision.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. That is going to be tough. I hope that it's just decisive. Obviously,
I do too. I really do too.
Or you know what? Maybe I should say definitive, right? Like I just don't want us on Monday to be talking about this guy robbed this, that, like just a clear cut winner.
I hope there's a finish. I hope someone.
Oh, that would be the best.
That would be just like
that would be the best. And also, if it's here's the thing, I feel like people aren't talking about like if Holloway wins, are they going to do a fourth one? Like, wouldn't?
Yeah, I think you would have.
Who just opened up a Steve Weiser back there? What's going on?
Steve Weiser. I'm gonna have to use.
What's happening over there? Is it vacation time? I mean, July 4th coming up. If he wins, if Holloway wins, do they run it back a fourth time?
Yes, absolutely.
That's crazy.
That's absolutely. You think they wouldn't?
No.
Giving him you don't think they would? They're giving him a third one off of 2 losses. They wouldn't give Volkanovski another match after.
Oh, no. I actually think they are. It's just a crazy thought.
No, yeah. I mean, especially if someone wins by finish. If Volk wins by finish, it's done. Trilogy over. He puts the stamp on it. He moves on, closes the door for Max Holloway. Max Holloway wins by finish, it's time to go for a fourth one, without a doubt.
Man.
I think even by decision, yeah. I think if Holloway wins, there's a fourth one. If Volkanovski wins, shut and close case.
Yeah. By the way, what do you think of the Josh Emmett stuff?
The fight?
Like, you think he gets the winner if Volkanovski wins?
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what they're gonna do next, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like no.
I feel like the fight is Emmett versus Allen.
That would be a
9 versus 5.
That would
do it
be
at the end of the year.
Fight. Yeah, whoever wins gets the
right.
shot.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows where we're gonna go here? I mean, Holloway could win. Who knows? All right.
I got to just say, I'm so excited for this fight because this to me like represents the best of MMA, and also to Holloway's point earlier this week. Regardless, like I don't know where MMA Fighting has him. I could look it up right now, but he's got to be in the top 10. Holloway. Obviously, I have Volk as number 3. I think you can make a case at number 2. I think you can even make a case if you want at number 1. Usman been champion a little bit longer. Point is, he's a top 3. He's a top 3 pound for pound fighter. I don't think anyone has him below 3, correct? And then you have Holloway, who's a top 10. It's very rare to have 2 top 10 guys fighting for a belt in their division, and they're worthy of it. It's not like someone's getting it, by some weird way. It's not like this is special stuff.
Oh,
this is
incredibly special. I mean, the 10 rounds that we've seen so far are so very close that we're having a third one despite one guy winning the first 2. According to the UFC official rankings, Holloway is 6th, Volkanovski is 2. That's where they rank them pound for pound. I mean, you said it. This is one of those fights that, like, I'm going to be on pins and needles. I'm going to be pacing around, like, breathing heavy, like, all excited, shaking my hands out and stuff. I mean, yeah, I'm going to be hyped up when this thing is getting ready to start. It's going to be sick. I cannot wait.
By the way, did you see the clip they posted yesterday of them saying hi to each other outside?
No, I actually didn't.
I think they were outside the HQ Performance Institute, and it's just like, God, it's freaking great. I love it.
I did. Wednesdays are usually the night I watch the countdown. I get all caught up on Embedded tonight. So hopefully I'm gonna.
By the way,
see all that stuff.
What about the fact that Max never says his name? I'm sticking by this one.
The fact that you said that, this is what I said. The fact that you said that, you were like, nah, you never say his name, and then he was just like, nah. No, he didn't even say that. He was like, nah, I say his name. He's like, I refer to people as him and her, Yeah.
Have you noticed?
I haven't noticed until you said that, but like the fact that he wasn't just like, what do you mean I don't say his name? Alexander Volkanovski. There you go. Like, yeah, I feel like it's just like sticking with him. He doesn't want to say his name.
I don't know what that's all about.
I don't either. Yeah. I don't either. All right, here's the recap of the singles. I've got 12 singles in play. This is easily the most units I'm going to have wagered. So Hopefully it's a winning week. Hopefully it's not just an awful week and we just continue this run. Hopefully it's a winning week. Either way, we're going to have fun doing it. There's singles number 2. And then very quickly, very briefly, 3 parlays with you here. First one, Macy Barber. I think.
Wait, you didn't give us a main event one.
Well, my main event is in parlays.
Oh, you're not going straight up?
I can't really. I mean, Adesanya's minus 400, and then I took an alt line on him by KO or decision at minus 260, which is like the best I could get, unless I was going to decisively decide if he was going to win by finisher or by decision. So yeah, I put him into parlays. I have him in 2 parlays. This one, Macy Barber, I think she finds success against Jessica Eye, gets a win. Adesanya by KO or decision. I just think he is levels above Jared Cannonier. I feel like he's been watching him for a while. I think Cannonier's only path to victory is, that one perfect shot, KO power. And what does Adesanya do very well? Avoid the power. He's not going to go for takedowns. He has 2 takedowns in 13 UFC fights. I think Adesanya is going to win this fight on Saturday. He has no submissions, and Jared Cannonier has never been submitted, so I was happy to take the price cut using the by KO or decision prop.
All right.
Super chalk parlay. Chalk donkey, proud of it. Volk Holloway over 1.5. Adesanya Cannonier over 1.5. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw finishes in either, but I do think they go a little bit later. So I'm happy to take this, minus 193. Yep, juiced up. Still happy to take it, though. And then third one, this is actually a parlay we decided on No Bets Barred with the help from Rick and Jed Mashu. It was our 3 most confident picks. Rick's most confident pick, Macy Barber. Mine, Andre Muniz. And then Jed's and Israel Adesanya. And right now on DraftKings, that pays out at plus 141. So Adesanya, Muniz, and Barber will definitely be my heaviest exposures this weekend, so I'll be cheering pretty hard for them.
I love it.
And then got to shout out the MMA Hour DraftKings League. We are doing 1 league this week.
Okay.
Brought to you by DraftKings. 300 people. They upped the ante for us. We got to prove ourselves. I'm about to tweet the link as we speak. Just tweeted it. The link has been tweeted. Go join it. 300 people. 1 league to rule them all. Whoever wins gets the shout out. Top 75 people get paid out. Shout out to DraftKings for giving us 300 people. Hopefully we don't let them down, and only like 62 joined. So I'm going to start pushing the league pretty heavy on the back end of this week.
I look forward to it, and maybe I'll meet a lot of these people at our meetup on Friday at the Aria Sportsbook.
Shout out to them. The Ariel Sportsbook is what they should nickname.
Yeah, the Ariel. I didn't even think of that. Man, you're good. That's why they picked it. Now I get it. That's why they picked it.
One quick thing for your approval.
Yes.
I just looked up the cheapest trophies on Amazon for our contest. We can get this bad boy. Free engraving, too.
Wow. That's not bad.
Little under $10.
What else?
That's it.
Oh, there's just one. I thought I was getting a few options. A little ABC.
No.
Okay. I mean, what is that?
Question. It's a fish, but there's no real fighting ones or big.
Yeah, no, I like that. I think it's perfect. The fish is perfect. It's the ear of the fish. Oh, there it is. Oh, this is perfect. Yes.
It is the ear of the fish.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then it's set.
No, how do you think? What? Why would it be the ear of the fish? You think I know these things?
You think I
made
know
that
these
up.
things?
No, I just made it up.
Actually, it is the ear of the fish.
It is not the ear of the fish. Is that true?
Yes. Why would I lie?
You're such a liar. I know why you would lie. What about these $100 bills that I have here? I've been paid off. By the way, clip this off. I've been paid off by WWE. Paid off. Read it and weep. I'm happy I wasn't on camera there.
Yeah, I was going to say
yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah.
All right. Is that it?
That's it, man. That's
I mean, it's a lot.
That's all we've got to bet on every single
When's the new pod out? No Bets Barred?
It should be out this evening. I say definitively our best episode yet. New York Rick joined us, helped us along the way. 90 minutes. We go through every fight. We have some fun.
Well, he'll be very happy that you're paying him a compliment. He's been very sensitive as of late, so I think it's thinks everyone's ganging up on him. So perhaps we'll hear. I don't know if he's showing up. He was supposed to be here today because of the big press conference. Tommy Fury and Jake Paul. I wonder if anyone's going to ask me about that because I have some thoughts.
I would imagine they're going to.
You think so? I don't know. People like to pretend like they don't care.
Why didn't JP come in studio? I saw him running around on Pier 17 or something.
We might have made basically what I was told. Can I tell you what I was told?
Yeah, but I would.
Straight up?
Please do.
I'm too good at my job. That's what I was told. I don't want to pat myself on the back, but I said, you're going to ask too many questions right now.
Oh, that's what they said.
And I said, you know what?
An instigator, you pry too much.
As unhappy as I am, I respect the honesty.
You know, leading up to this this Volk fight, no Adelaide Crows on the desk anymore.
Well, we put it off to the side because we knew, the in-studio guest was coming, so we had to clear things out. These are Joe's orders. But I do think it's time to answer some questions, so don't go
please do. Get me
too far because we've got to get to some questions here. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived.
Eric told me to F
the man
off.
himself, Ariel Helwani.
Why would he say that? I said
from the Vox Studios in beautiful New York City. It's On the Nose. And now, to answer your questions, get out of your seats and on your feet because
he's throwing ultimatums my way.
Ariel
Threats.
Helwani.
This is scary. Any thoughts on Jalen Brunson signing with the New York Knicks or what? All right. I thought maybe
move
there was
of the century.
Move of the cinch, I said. We do have some breaking news right off the top here, Frank. I just want to let you know. El Cubano is kicking us off. Hola, Ariel. If I told you that at UFC 276, the last 3 matches of the night, Adesanya, Cannonier, Volkanovski, Holloway 3, Strickland, Pereira, ended with 1 knockout, 1 sub, 1 decision. How does each match end and who wins? Also, I'd love to hear New York Rick and GC's take on this as well. Viva Helwani. 1 decision. I'll go. Man, this is tough because I was gonna go. I was gonna go 1 knockout. This is tough. GC, you hear this?
It's the top 3 fights.
Top 3 fights. 1 knockout, 1 sub, 1 decision.
Easy.
No, it's not easy.
Strickland takes him down, gets a submission. Volk decision, Adesanya knockout.
Oh, wow. So you're going against your pick.
Well, if there was going to be a submission, I think that's how it would happen.
Okay, all right.
Strickland
I was going to say Pereira knockout, but then you're left with a sub in the top 2, and I don't think we're getting that. Although we did get a Jiri sub. So you're saying, yeah, I think you're right. Strickland, sub, knockout, Izzy, decision, Holloway, Max. Excuse me, Holloway, Volk. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Is New York Rick here?
No, he's not going to be able to make it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Seems to be quite active on Slack. Mark, greetings, Ariel. Each day I'm hoping to see a heavyweight title update, and I think maybe, just maybe, I found a Stipe update. In Justin Barraso's recent article, here's New York Rick, Adesanya sub. Ooh, Volk decision, Pereira KO. Man, Adesanya sub? I mean, he's been talking about it. That'd be bananas. Could happen. What is Adesanya versus Cannonier sub? What would that be? It's got to be
last
plus.
I saw was plus 1,400.
Wow, really? Damn. Run with that. He said Miocic will be in Vegas over the coming days, and with 276 this Saturday, the possibility also exists that his next fight is announced, with opponents ranging from Jones, Gane, Tuivasa, and an interim title bout. No, his fight is not going to be announced. What are you talking about? First of all, Gane and Tuivasa have to fight each other September 3rd. And I've heard nothing on the Jones front. Now, could something happen between now and Saturday? Sure, but I've heard zero talk of that. They ain't talking about it for September 10th. That would be the next pay-per-view that needs, so. Maybe MSG is what I would say. November, they wanted it in July, maybe MSG, but no, I've heard nothing of that. Josh, hola Ariel, first time, long time. Question, why such hype around International Fight Week? I'm from Australia, and aside from this card being stacked from top to bottom, it doesn't stand out in any other way. Yes, plenty of talent. Quite a focus on international fighter, but it's the same time zone, same cost, same promotion as your regular pay-per-view, isn't it? I feel like the UFC roster is deep enough to make each pay-per-view as strong as this one more often and do less fight nights during the year. For me, I think we should call this the Don't Hold Back card, as it's one of the small handful of amazing cards the UFC puts out per year. I feel like the hype around this being International Fight Week doesn't actually cut through to an international audience. Thoughts, Josh, in Australia. So here's the thing. I talked about this earlier. They started International Fight Week 10 years ago, and there was a period there in the beginning where they had the expo, the fan expo, and that was a really big deal. And it felt like a big deal, and they tried to put a big fight. The first one was Chael versus Anderson. You had Weidman versus Anderson as well. Connor fought a couple times. So they made it feel like a big deal, but it wasn't just about the fight. It was about the expos, about the festivities, about the meet and greets, about the signings. And then over time, they added a second card on either the Friday or the Sunday. And then at one brief period, they had 3 cards, which was way overkill. But they just tried to make it a little special. So now they also have the Hall of Fame. So it feels big. And it actually feels like the return, because they did International Fight Week last September because everything got screwed around because of COVID. This feels like the first like big international fight week in quite some time. And I would say even dating back to like pre-ESPN era, because they don't have the expo per se, but they're doing this UFC X thing with a ton of fighters. They've got a media row. It feels like 5-6 years ago where they had the expo and all the stuff going on, a bunch of events. It just feels like a culmination, a celebration, a big card, a great card. There used to be like a International Fight Week curse where they were always losing the main events and the big fights, but I hope that doesn't happen. Remember, they were supposed to get the Max Holloway, Brian Ortega fight, but that got canceled. Anyway, we don't need to talk about that. The Yoel Romero and Amanda Nunes fight got canceled. We don't need to talk about any of that. So far, so good. We've just lost one big fight, and that's the Miesha Tate fight. And so I think it's a great marketing thing. They've got the X, they've got the Hall of Fame, so feels worthy. But yes, if you look at the actual card itself, top to bottom, it's just your very good UFC pay-per-view. It's worth the money, big time fights, big time fighters. If you're just looking at that, nothing more, nothing less, yes, I can understand why you think this is weird. But if you're going there and all the stuff and there's a bunch of activities, then it feels like International Fight Week. Marketing, baby, marketing. Max, hello, Ariel. Can you or any member of the team, GC maybe, describe the model of betting in the United States to me as a German? Over here, the odds are like maybe 1.2 for the favorite and, for example, 3.0 for the underdog, which means if you bet on the favorite and he wins, you will get your bet times 1.2. And if you bet on the underdog, you will get your bet times 3.0. The whole thing with minus 300 and plus 250 gets me confused every single time. Greetings from Germany, my man. What would you say to this nice German fellow, GC?
Yeah, so I actually just recently discovered the European odds, and they do make a ton of sense compared to the American odds. Yeah, like the minus 100, or I mean like minus 200, plus 150. Ours is on a scale of betting $100, whereas theirs is like on a scale of betting $1.
Interesting. I kind of like that better.
Yeah, so like if you bet $1, you would win, like in his example, $1.20 on the underdog, or that's what it would return. So you would win 20 cents, and then $3, or 3, whatever the odds he said was, if you bet $1, it would return $3.
Yeah.
So you're profiting too. Yeah, I kind of like that better than ours, honestly. But
what do you know when this started? The plus 300 minus what?
Early 1900s.
Really?
I mean, sports betting has been around for quite some time.
I think it was 1908, also the year of the fish.
Thank you. I'm really shocked that you've never gone to Vegas like for March Madness or anything like that. Feels like right up your alley.
I've already marked my words. I've stamped it in stone. I will be at International Fight Week next year.
Oh, are you having a little FOMO?
Oh, I'm having big time FOMO.
It's not too late.
It's too late.
Early flight tomorrow morning. See you there.
It's too late.
Too late? All those winnings? Plus 30 units?
Yeah. That was spent in Europe.
All right, fine. Good morning from Idaho, Israel. Hot tag. Thoughts on Dana White's recent comments on Nate Diaz regarding that he's only won one fight in 5 years. Womp womp. But that he probably should go on and fight Jake Paul. That's a fight that makes sense, quote unquote. Also, thoughts on the recent controversy with WWE Vince McMahon. Rumors of Triple H leaking the story. Come on, that's just crazy. I'm not going to entertain that. Thank you as always. Yes, Dana said to the Mac Life, to Oscar Willis, when it was going back, they were going back and forth last week, and I'm so tired of the story. I can't tell you how tired I am of the story. Nate Diaz and the UFC want to be in business with each other. Just sign the freaking deal, and we can all move on with our lives. This, please, come and go, and this and then, and trying to devalue, and please, for the love of God, there's great business to be made. There are big fights. Do Diaz versus Poirier September 10th. then if Diaz wins, or even if he loses, have him fight Conor, maybe have him fight, I don't know, Masvidal again, Tony Ferguson, whatever. But this back and forth is nonsense. No one believes that Dana will let him go fight Jake Paul. No one believes that Dana doesn't want to be in the Nate Diaz business, because they would have let him go a very long time ago if that was the case. It's all nonsense. It's all just bluster. It's silly. There's a deal. Sign the deal, make the deal. It's profitable, it's smart, it's lucrative. Just make it happen. For the love of everything that is sacred and holy, enough already. Enough. We got to move on. And yes, of course, it sucks to hear this type of stuff. It sucks to hear he's won one fight in 5 years, because they're going to turn it around when he comes back and fights Poirier. No one will say that sort of thing. You never want to see a promoter devalue a fighter, but this is the game, and it's not the first time, and it won't be the last time, and this has been going on way too long. We got to move on. Killian, hello, Ariel. How much more would Max Holloway have to accomplish to surpass BJ Penn as the greatest Hawaiian MMA fighter of all time? I mean, BJ won 2 belts in 2 different weight classes. It's a lot. I mean, let's start there, right? He went up, interim belt, didn't win it. I mean, BJ has an incredible legacy. Respectfully, I mean, Max is incredible, but I don't think he's there quite yet. If you want to start somewhere, second belt would be the place to start. Otherwise, hard to, and BJ wasn't the biggest dude. Also, BJ fought like all the way up to 205 plus. Bella, Ariel, if Volk beats Oliveira, I mean, okay, I guess if Volk moves up, how would you compare the significance of the win to other title wins when fighters became champions in different weight classes? For example, DC beating Stipe, becoming double champion, beating the greatest heavyweight champion of all time, or Couture beating Chuck in his prime. In addition, because we are talking hypotheticals, how would Jones beat Ngannou compare to those wins? Man, much love and appreciation. Greetings from Berlin. A lot of Germans on today's segment of On the Nose. Volk beating Oliveira, to me, would not be as big as DC beating Stipe, because Oliveira isn't the decorated champion yet that Stipe was when DC beat him. Jones going up and beating Ngannou would be a huge deal, especially if he stopped him. Like, that would be a massive deal, in my opinion. Ngannou hasn't experienced that. So Volk's size would make it super impressive because he's a smaller guy. But of those 3, I would probably rank them: DC beating Stipe, Jones beating Ngannou, and then Volk beating Oliveira. Angela, my good friend, shout out to Scotland. Shout out to Celtic FC. I have the jersey right over there. We had to move it because of the in-studio guest. Hi, Ariel. You know how much the show's become part of my weekly routine. You're like part of the family at this point. Wow, thank you. I appreciate it. I have dinner with you every Monday and Wednesday evening. I appreciate it. I hope you're having some haggis, perhaps? The show got me through lockdown, introduced me to new people in a community that I've grown very fond of. How does it feel for you and the team on the MMA Hour and the other shows that you do, knowing that you have such a huge and positive impact on people? And what does it mean to have this job that is ultimately a part of a larger community? Have a great trip to Vegas. Wow, what a nice question, statement, sentiment. It's incredible. And I really feel like, I was thinking about this recently. I don't know what it was about the last year and the departure from ESPN, but I'm assuming a lot of the people who I know now have been around, have been following for quite some time, but it feels like for one reason or another, we created this connection and this friendship that wasn't there beforehand. And I don't know why that happened now, but I'm very, very thankful. Like, a lot of these people, including Angela, don't realize how much they helped me. The support, the positive vibes, the affirmation, the love, all that stuff means as much to me as whatever I provide to you. And I've always said that what I feel is most important about this role and this job is being an escape valve for people. So during the lockdowns and the pandemic early on, I really wanted to be an escape for people. I didn't want to talk about, COVID because I wanted people to be, either in their room or on a walk or exercise, something, and just thinking about something else. Like, I remember listening to some of my favorite podcasts, and all they were talking about was this depressing stuff, and there's enough places to get that. So I want it to be an escape valve for other people. Now, sometimes there's times where you have to talk about the serious stuff and the tough stuff, but I just didn't want to harp on that right now. Now, we had to talk a little bit about the shows moving and the fights and all that, but for the most part, I wanted to have fun. I wanted to be an escape, and I've always had that approach. I've always had that belief that we need to be an escape. Sports are supposed to be fun. They're supposed to be something that lets you, think about other things, be a distraction. And what a gift that I have that I'm able to provide. I could be like, if someone is in their car, if someone's on a walk, if someone's having a crappy day, if someone's trying to pass the time, if someone wants to think about something else, they could choose a million different things on this device, on their car, whatever. And if you're going to choose me, like what a huge honor that is. What a privilege that is. And so that honor and that privilege and that decision means a lot to me. And I feel like I need to deliver, and I need to, give a good product and produce some great content for everyone. And that's why I take the job so seriously. And it's why I've often said, I feel like I work for the people. You've had my back, everything that's happened over the years, the good, the bad, the job changes, the highs, the lows. It's just, I've always said, I feel so lucky that I've had this connection with so many people from all over the world, not just here in America, but in Europe, in Australia, in South America. All over the world. It's really been incredible. I feel very, very lucky, very fortunate. Great people like Angela, who always tweet about the show, who always post things on Instagram about the show. A lot of the people that we're going to be meeting, hanging out with this weekend, like this stuff is very important for me, because honestly, if we didn't have these people in our lives, if I didn't have this connection with these listeners, viewers, fans, I don't think this would be as fun. I consider these people friends, acquaintances, and I actually used to be very particular about who I follow on Twitter and this and that. And I wanted there to be some sort of, guard up. And my Twitter experience has actually become a lot better now that I've started to follow a lot more of the quote unquote fans, because they're just regular good people, as opposed to some of the schmucks that you may follow who are the quote unquote famous ones. Those people suck. These people are the cool people that I want to see what they're talking about, or how their days are going and things of that nature. So I don't know. I don't take it too seriously. I don't overthink it, but I do take seriously the gift of being an escape. That's very, very important. And why I try to produce as much content and good content for the people. Being that escape for people who are having tough days, tough weeks, tough stretches, and they can listen to us. They can go on a plane and just close their eyes and listen. That's a huge, huge privilege. And I take that very, very seriously. And it means a lot to me. And so when I get feedback like this, it really does. It means a lot. I appreciate it. Newman. Hello, Ariel. Hello, Newman. First, I want to welcome GC back from his trip. How nice. His tape segments from across the pond were incredible. What a great addition he has been to the show. I agree. One of your recent shows a few weeks ago, you hinted at a big fight that we've been waiting for being added to August 20th, which is being held in the great cultural melting pot known as Salt Lake City. I haven't seen or heard anything about it. Can you elaborate any more on this? No longer happening. Maybe September 10th. Maybe September 10th, but not August 20th anymore. Welcome back, Ariel, Matt Mo. I hope you had a great time in Montreal last week. I had a phenomenal time, especially seeing my parents, and especially the gathering that I had with my longtime friends last Wednesday. I'm still on a high after all of that. I hope you had a great time in Montreal. Hopefully you hit up a Timmy's after Notre Boeuf de Grâce and got to try Justin Bieber's new Timbits, the Timbiebs. They've been a big hit. In Canada, I did not try them. In fact, I didn't go to Timmy's, and I apologize for that. After hearing GC talk about his subpar Bellator experience on Monday, I have some constructive criticism for the company as well. On Friday's prelims for Bellator 282, in the fight between Lara Joanne and Alejandra Lara, there was a huge amount of confusion with their uniforms. Lara was wearing all blue with red gloves, while Joanne was wearing all red with blue gloves. Meanwhile, the broadcast references fighters by glove color, not uniform color. You can see how this causes confusion and a very negative viewership experience. During grappling exchanges, when the gloves were hidden, someone just tuning in would literally not be able to tell which side or team is which, as they would naturally assume the color on the broadcast is referring to the uniform color, not the glove color. Interesting, yes. You can see how this would be confusing. Next time you talk to Scott Coker, please tell him to stop displaying fighters by glove color if their uniform is the opposite opponent's glove color. Bonus, what is your favorite Leonard Cohen song? By the way, I think that is a great point. I think it's probably an anomaly, but I think that is a great point, and I bet that they would say, yeah, you know what? You're right. Now, Leonard Cohen, the legend from Montreal, there's a great mural right next to MBG that I took a picture of. It's incredible. It's like he's watching over the entire city.
Did you post that?
I did post it, yeah.
I missed that one.
That's weird. I heard it was a teen song, and the and you don't even hear me, was it too young? I heard it was Sing it with me.
You know, he has other songs, right?
Wait, he asked me for my favorite song.
Oh, I didn't realize that was. Oh,
yeah. What do you want me to name like 10? Hallelujah. Okay, name your favorite song.
Hallelujah.
All right. That is your favorite?
Yeah.
All right. Now you're being all snobby. Here's a question. Can you name a second one?
No.
Jordan, hello, Ariel from England. Just wondering what your interactions with John Copenhaver, aka War Machine, were like. Was recently watching a documentary about him and you featured in it, interviewing him on a small regional show. Wow. This made me think also about how early in your career you say you went to every show. This just proves it. Was that a small? I think I would go to some small shows in Vegas when I was there. I didn't go to every single show, that's for sure. My interactions with him were always fine. There was one time that both he and Christy Mack were on together, and that's been used in other places. Yeah. I don't know what that is there a documentary about War Machine? I saw the Real Sports story on him.
There's a pretty popular YouTube channel called JCS. I think it stands for Jim Can't Swim. And he did a whole thing on War Machine. It was actually a little bit over an hour.
Really?
Yeah, and that channel has had some issues lately, like YouTube taking them down for content of all things.
Okay.
It's usually just like a true crime kind of thing. But he does it. I thought he did a really good job, and he does use some of your segments back with Fox and everything that were used tastefully, I thought.
Wow. Okay. I've not seen it. Have you seen it?
Yeah, embarrassingly, I've seen it more than once.
Wait, the documentary?
This video that I'm talking about, yeah.
You've watched it multiple times?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. It's I don't want to call it entertaining, but it's informative. I don't know. It's interesting. And I showed it to my wife.
And we're in it. The show's in it.
The show's in it. Yeah.
Wow. Old school.
Very old school.
But anyway, I didn't have. I mean, obviously, what happened, reprehensible, horrific. I mean, what can you say? Every bad word in the book. But as far as my interactions with him, there was never anything that was alarming. Patrick, favorite segment of the week. 2 quick questions. Ariel, what's more likely this weekend? You taking pictures with Ali or taking a picture with DC and RC? I would say the latter. GC, welcome back. When you're making your critically acclaimed videos and memes, how many times do you smirk thinking about Ariel saying, how did he do this as soon as he sees it?
None.
Wow.
I do smirk a few times as I'm going through it, though.
I mean, it's good stuff. You cooking up anything for IFW?
Might have a thing or two.
Wow.
Wait, I mean, I could call the night off and just come over.
Whoa.
I'm just joking.
Getting a new pizza on
what kind?
Saturday. It's a restaurant in Brooklyn, Crispy Pizza. Big hit on Instagram. Looks amazing.
Oh, I've seen this with a K.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, I've seen this. Wait, that's an actual place?
Yeah, I've even tried
it's
to
only
order
like
from
15 minutes from my crib. I'm going.
It's a big deal?
It looks amazing. Frank, white pizza, one chicken bacon ranch.
The ranch.
I'm still on my Italy kick. I think the drink of choice, some limoncello spritz.
Limoncello spritz.
Man, it's a
nice.
full Italian night pizza, limoncello spritz.
One bite, everyone knows the rules? I'm just kidding.
I was going to say, sure.
By the way, I didn't ask you this. Best meal you had in Europe?
Oh, man, this is actually a really crazy one. It was in Florence, Italy.
Okay.
And it was curry, shrimp, and rice. Very not Italian.
Shrimp and rice. Interesting. Why
One
that?
of the best meals I've ever had in my life. It was just so good. Like, it was just unbelievable. It was so good, I took a picture with the owner, this small 80-year-old Italian man. And I was like, I had the curry, shrimp, and rice. And he was like, I own 5 restaurants. That is always the first thing I put on the menu. It's my specialty. I was like, wow, I picked a winner.
And this was an Italian restaurant?
Very Italian.
And you said, I need to meet the owner. I need to shake his hand.
Oh, he was walking around.
Oh,
and then I
okay.
stopped him and I was like, are you the owner? Yeah, he did the very Italian thing, brought us limoncello shots after the meal.
Wow. I was expecting like pizza here or pasta here.
Oh, in Paris, I had an unbelievable truffle gnocchi. That was number 2.
Wow.
Dude,
it's
man.
By the way, it's actually pronounced gnocchi.
I got nervous. We went over that before the show. I just got nervous again.
Is it really called gnocchi?
No, I messed that up. My bad. Gnocchi.
Gnocchi?
Yes. No, it's gnocchi.
Gnocchi.
Yeah. Wow.
I just
Gnocchi's
had
good.
some 3 days ago.
Yeah, it's tremendous. What about tortellini? Any tortellini?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah. Where I was at, where the wedding was at, very big truffle area. And at the wedding, there was truffle tortellini.
Well, you did the second video. Were you guys staying there?
The wedding party was. My girlfriend was in the wedding party. So
wow.
By connection.
Jeez. Talk about a freeloader. Now, what was that? Like, was that like a man? What was that?
It was a 18th, 17th century villa.
Wow.
It was the 1700s. 16th century? No. 18th century villa. Built in the 1700s. Yeah, it was unbelievable.
And how many people were there?
Staying there were like 15 to 20. And then the thing was huge. It was gigantic.
It's incredible. You had your own pool and everything.
Pool.
Seemed serene.
Like paintings on the ceiling. That's like the type of place this place was. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Will never be topped. Trip of a lifetime.
And you said there were cats that lived there?
Oh, yeah. Very allergic to cats. I did have to. Yeah.
A lot of cats in Europe.
Yeah, scare some cats off.
Homeless cats.
Mm-hmm. I mean, actually, yeah.
Legit homeless cats.
I mean, they leave the doors open. Yeah, they'd wander in. I'd have to, act all crazy.
Wow. You went to the Louvre?
The Louvre?
You went to the Eiffel Tower? Did you go to the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Did you go to Rome?
I don't know where that is. No,
the Vatican?
I flew out of Rome, so no, I didn't.
Colosseum?
Nope, didn't go to Rome.
Did anyone recognize you throughout the entire trip?
No.
Not a single?
No. Who's going to recognize me in Europe?
I don't. By the way, we're big in Europe. I was in Montreal. I couldn't go 5 minutes without someone stopping.
That's your hometown, man.
Actually, no. No one cares about me in Montreal.
Okay.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
So who was the camera operator?
Oh.
That'll stay classified. Thank you.
Yeah, you're going to break the fourth wall?
I mean,
you won't even tell everyone your DJ name, but you want me to give out my camera people.
Yeah, what the hell?
It's DJ Frankie Frank.
Oh. DJ Frankie Frank?
Yep.
It's tremendous.
Original.
The second question, follow-up. The microphone that you were using.
Real. I was just about to say before you said the question.
I never questioned if it was
yes, you did.
Real or not.
You 100%
I questioned it's not a lavalier microphone. And it seemed kind of like a gag microphone because it was like a miniaturized version of like an SM58. Which
wow, look at that! What a flex that was.
Big audio.
Just the microphone that JFK gave the inauguration address on. But whatever.
So is this a question, or are you just trying to flex?
So the question is, where did you get it? Like, did you bring it from the States, or did you find it out there?
Yeah, I brought it from the States, Amazon.
Okay, cool.
$9. Most people use it to interview dogs. The dogs sniff the microphone.
That's so
It's
awesome.
a real funny TikTok trend. I used it to create what someone called art while I was over
Yeah,
there.
no, it's
And
tremendous.
you just plug it straight into your phone, or?
So the first one was iPad, plugged straight into the iPad. Didn't like the framing. Wanted to go wide zoom on my cameraman's phone, so I got a dongle, plugged it straight in. Yeah.
Dongle's a great word. I had just had two other follow-ups, if I may. The first one is, if you can shoot straight with us, what percentage of the shows did you watch? Like, and what percentage was live as well? Like, did you say, like, you know what, I know I'm here, I'm in the middle of, I don't know, Paris, whatever. It's 7 o'clock because they're 6 hours ahead, right?
6 hours ahead. I was 6 hours ahead the whole trip. You said dongle is a great word. Doesn't translate well. The people when I bought it had no idea what I was talking about. Shows that I watched, I checked in on every show.
Just to see if the ship was still, you know, like
typically
afloat.
around dinner time. I turned it on during the wedding. It was a Wednesday night wedding.
Wow, really? Wednesday night wedding. Interesting.
Yeah, well, I guess that's what they do over there. Yeah, I turned it on. When you were doing the betting segment from France, I was already in Geneva. I was at a bar in Geneva at like 10:30 p.m. when it was airing over here. That was kind of trippy.
Wow, that is weird. And you were like, I know these guys. Look at these guys. They're talking about me right now.
No one cared. Unfortunately, I asked if they could put it up on the bar TV.
Oh,
I had HDMI.
Did you really?
Yeah, they said absolutely not.
That would have been big.
Would have been huge.
All right. Back to the questions. Rami, Ariel, in what order do you get dressed in the morning? This may sound weird, but I put on my underwear first, then my socks second, shirt third, then my pants. Bonus question, when you brush your teeth, do you wet your toothbrush before or after you put the toothpaste on it? Wow, fantastic stuff. To answer the second question first, I don't wet the toothbrush first. I put the toothpaste on it, then I wet the toothbrush, and then I... No? Why? You wet it first? What's the point of that? It's just going to slide right off.
It's to soften the bristles.
No.
I mean, that's what it says on the directions to
Really?
a toothbrush.
No, I just go straight. What do you do, GC?
Yeah, I'm actually toothbrush first, toothpaste.
You wet the toothbrush first?
And then you put water on the toothpaste,
And then it's going to slide right off.
No. And then I just go straight into the mouth.
Straight. What do you mean? Oh, wait. You go wet the toothbrush, put the toothpaste, then you don't wet it again?
No.
Oh, that's crazy. I mean, that's. I will say historically, this happens to my daughter a lot. Maybe I should explain. She puts the toothpaste on first. Maybe she's following my footsteps. Then she'll put it under the sink, and then the touch isn't there quite yet. And a lot of times, like the faucet is like at full blast, so we'll just like wipe it all off. You know what I mean? And then we have to do it again.
Yeah, that's what I fear.
And then there's like a big clump in there.
I'm very interested to see how you answer question one. Because I felt
Why is that?
I felt the way this guy answered it was pretty chaotic.
Really weird. Yes. Okay. So yes, of course you put your underwear first, right? Everyone does. Then his socks second is bizarre as hell, right? Do we agree with this? Underwear first.
I think the pants coming last is the most bizarre part.
Yeah.
You don't leave your pants by the front door?
No. Underwear first. This is what I do. Underwear first, shirt second, pants third, socks fourth. What about you guys?
I'm underwear, pants, shirt, socks.
What about you, Frank?
Just put my pants on, then my shirt.
Yeah, what about the rest?
I mean, that was implied that comes before the shorts or the pants.
Why is it so difficult with you all the time? Taco enthusiast. Hey, Ariel, fun and very easy question today. I'm going to my first live MMA event on Friday, PFL in Atlanta. You going to that, GC?
Yeah, that's why I'm missing international.
I'm curious, why would you go to a UFC event in Atlanta and not PFL?
Superior product.
Wow. Someone, EK, can you clip that off real quick and tag PFL? Since PFL prices are much less cost-wise than UFC events, I'm thinking about splurging on some floor seats. Woo! However, I've heard mixed reviews about floor seats when it comes to actually watching fights. For a fight fan that's purely interested in watching the fights and doesn't care about the scene, do you think floor seats are worth it? What are the best seats to watch a live MMA event? Floor is the best. I mean, if you could get floor, like legit floor, and you're just literally up there watching. Now, if you're floor 10 rows back, no, it's not great. But if you're, 1 or 2 rows back, yeah, I would splurge. Let me put a PFL here on, okay. You can't, I just put PFL on StubHub and there are no tickets. Anyway, I hope there's tickets available for you. The point is, if they're affordable, I would get the close-up ones. It doesn't look like a big venue over there. But if it's a big venue, if it's like T-Mobile, actually being in the middle, I think is good because you don't want to get blocked by the cameraman around the cage. They're actually I will say this about MMA, and this is the case for all MMA. It's fun to be there, especially UFC is the best by far. It's not even close. The production, the energy, the vibe is the best by far. It's fun to be there, big event, Vegas, New York, whatever. The energy is great. It's memorable. 1 or 2 times, awesome. However, there are some sports that are actually better at home as opposed to in person. For just strictly live viewing experience, MMA is one of those sports. Football, better at home than in person. Hockey, better in person than at home. Baseball, there's different, there's pros and cons, but I would say just the experience is fun, but you want to watch the game, TV is better than in person. Basketball, I would also say, basketball is probably the only one that I would say is great both, but obviously in person is awesome because you get to see the athleticism. But for MMA, it's way better at home. Middle, you get to see into the cage, you get to see the screen a little bit, but you'll end up seeing the screen a lot. You'll end up watching the screen a lot, especially when they're on the ground. Your seats are where on July 16th, GC?
Up top, first row, centered up.
Like 400s?
300s. I don't think there is 400s there.
Okay.
I'm upper level, but I'm first row and centered up.
You've been to that arena, right? UBS?
I have. Yeah,
I heard it's great.
Great arena. Great arena. I'm looking forward to it. Take the old LIR out there.
Yeah. Double R. Trench, safe Ariel. Safe Ariel. Interesting. What does safe mean? Sort of like hello. Would you like to see more regulation and promotion? Cage Warriors, for example, promotion, management, and brand sponsors all owned by the CW owner. Oh, don't get me started on this. He's going to get all mad at me. He's going to ban his fighters from talking to me. Wah, wah, wah. He's going to send me mean messages. Do we really want to open this wound? Seems to be if you want to be in the UFC, you have to be under their management and sponsors, which suck. There's a fighter named Dominique Wooding who is talking about these sorts of things right now. I would like to see more of the road to UFC events where local talent could come from other local promotions and not have to get on both knees to these promoters who take the piss and locking you in so they can make money off of you in their promo and into the UFC. I mean, we've talked about this before. Certain promotions are going to work with certain other promotions, and I just don't like, look, call me a stickler, call me old-fashioned. I don't like when you're a promoter and you work as a manager as well, and you're basically taking the fighters from your promotion and then signing them and then bringing them over to the UFC and not wanting to do business with other promotions because that is in the best interest of your fighter. If a fighter says he wants to go sign with this guy, you have to do that deal. That's your job. You are working for them. They are not working for you. So I don't want to get, I'm tired of I don't want to talk about it because these dudes are, do you know what I'm saying? It's it's tiring at this point. There's a lot of shady people in this game. And there's a lot of people who take advantage of the fighters. Hola, Ariel. Michael from Australia here. Longtime listener, first-time caller. This is from Michael. Give us your top 3 stand-up comedians of all time. Keep up the good work. And as always, Viva Helwani. Top 3, man. Jerry Seinfeld, Eddie Murphy, Martin Lawrence, Patrice O'Neal. I really like Sebastian. I can never pronounce his last name. Muskakis or something like that, right? I don't know his last name. But he's very good. Chris Rock. I feel like Frank has a good list. Richard Pryor, legend. I was never a big George Carlin guy. Rodney Dangerfield, legend. But Seinfeld by far my favorite. What about you?
For me, it's Bill Hicks, Mark Maron, and then Jim Jeffries right now.
Wow. You listen to Mark Maron's podcast?
I haven't in a few years, but yeah, I used to be really into it.
McKinney.
Seen him live a couple times.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Ariel, my man, how are you? I enjoyed the discussion you had a few weeks ago regarding the top rap albums of all time and listening to how you weighed in on the matter. Whilst on the topic of charts or lists, Who would you say is your Mount Rushmore of TV show characters? I have a feeling Larry David will be one of them, but I'm happy to hear the rest. All the best from Derry, Ireland. It's a great question. Man, TV show characters. It's funny, I could probably do like a Mount Rushmore of just Seinfeld characters. I mean, George Costanza up there, Frank Costanza up there. This is Frank Costanza. We are moving in lock, stock, and barrel. We're going to be in the pool. We're going to be in the clubhouse. We're going to be all over that shuffleboard court. And I dare you to keep me out. That's it. We're not moving. Estelle Costanzo, tremendous. Why do you put the bananas in the Jell-O? Because George likes the bananas. That's a good impression right there, right? I mean, is that not a good
impression ever?
I heard some laughs.
Everyone's cracking up.
Because George likes the bananas.
These are supposed to be impressions?
Yes. That's not an impression? My throat is a little. I mean, Kramer was a legend. If I'll only take one, I'll take one from Seinfeld, and I'll say George. Believe it or not, George isn't at home. Please leave a message at the beep. Fred Savage, all-time great. Wonder Years. And this is mine personally, right? Like I'm not. Will Smith, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, loved him there. Carlton was great too. Damn, Carlton was great. But Will was just so damn cool. Like when we were in high school, Will was just the coolest. So Mount Rushmore. So I have 3 there. Fred Savage, Wonder Years, I loved it. George Costanza. Yeah, Larry David would be up there. Trying to think. Tony Soprano, never saw an episode, but I hear he's great. The other dude from the other show, I hear they're great. There's got to be another one. Frank, you got one?
And these are just characters from shows for Rushmore.
Yeah.
No, I don't watch enough television, I don't think.
GC. He's too young.
Man, I mean, Sopranos. I'm actually about to finish that right now. Tony Soprano.
Yeah.
Walter White, Breaking Bad. Thomas Shelby, Peaky Blinders, fantastic.
Larry David.
Larry David's pretty great. Larry David.
Matt Saracen.
SquarePants. Matt Saracen, Friday Night Lights.
Yes.
Let's go.
I love Friday Night Lights.
Coach in that show went to Georgia. Shout out to him.
Did he? What was his name on the show?
Coach Taylor.
Coach Taylor. His wife was great too. That's a fun question. But for me, top 2 favorite shows of all time, Seinfeld, Wonder Years. You guys ever see the Wonder Years?
Couple episodes.
Just a couple?
I mean, I think that shows the gap between you and I. It's more for your generation.
What are you talking about? We're like the same age.
No, I mean, I was a little younger, so.
GC's never seen the Wonder Years. He's seen the remake.
I actually don't even know if I've ever heard of the Wonder Years.
Have you ever heard of Freaks and Geeks?
Yes, of course.
Okay,
Freaks
so
and Geeks
I would
I've
put that
actually
above Wonder Woman.
Wow.
Wonder.
Wait, you've heard of Freaks and Geeks, GC?
I've seen Freaks and Geeks. Yeah, got the
Seth Rogen.
star-studded cast. Yeah, before their time.
Which leads me to this question, Ariel. How much Degrassi Junior High did you watch?
Never really watched it. Never watched it.
I still watch
with your
it.
boy on it.
Yeah, it was around, but never really watched it. Watched a lot of You Can't Do This on Television on YTV.
The Wonder Years, dude.
You have
I've
no
never
idea what the Wonder Years
I've
are.
never even seen this, like anything about this before.
Wow.
8.4 on IMDb. Nice rating.
Yo, could you do me a favor and just watch I mean, it's as iconic as it gets. Watch what you do if I sang out of tune. I mean, the Wonder, to me, like, that is my adolescence. God. Have I become...
think Degrassi for you.
No. I've become that guy. I've become...
about the Arnolds? Nice.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good. Abe, Ariel, I think Herb Dean's one of the best around. However, it feels recently fighters/ex-fighters have nothing good to say about him, and he's made a few costly errors like Rosenstrike Gamagulev, illegal knee, and some others. Maybe he'd benefit from a break from the high-profile fights. I mean, there aren't that many out there, right? There aren't that many great refs out there. My question is, should fighters be penalized when speaking out directly against an official? Heck no. I hate that. P.S. I think alongside open scoring, MMA should at least have a VAR system and give refs the benefit of instantly reviewing footage when unsure. Some states do that, and it might slow things down, but I don't hate it. Josh, shalom, Ariel. First time asking. Before the question, I just want to say thanks for the laughs and memories, as this show has often been the backing track for 2 years off and on MCAT studying and delivering the mail for Canada Post in grand old Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. Still waiting to hear about med school. Good luck to you, Josh. Last week, while you were on break, it came across my Twitter feed that it had been 15 years since the Chris Benoit tragedy. I was 9 years old at the time, and I remember how the news coupled with the death of Eddie Guerrero really changed my WWE fandom from being a super fan into a casual that soon drifted away completely. I haven't watched a full WWE event in at least 10 years, he says. Just wondering what you remember from that tragedy, what your immediate reaction was, and how you feel the Benoit tragedy affected the trajectory of the WWE onwards as they made the transition from 14A to PG-13. I found out about that tragedy from Kurt Angle. There was a period of time Kurt Angle and I were really close. I met Kurt Angle. I was working for a production company, and I wrote a skit for him. And he took a liking to me, and he said that I reminded him of Brian Gewirtz, the longtime WWE writer who became, this huge star with The Rock behind the scenes. Actually, he has a book coming out, and I'm looking forward to reading that. He went to Syracuse. I went to Syracuse. And for whatever reason, Kurt took a liking to me. And I remember Kurt and I used to talk on the phone for hours, like 1 to 2 hours, I swear. He was considering an offer from the IFL. He was considering an offer from Tough. He was in TNA at the time. He had just left WWE. He gave me my first interview on JerryPark.com back in October of 2007. I mean, Kurt and I were super close. And Kurt was the one who texted me and told me about it before the news came out. Told me about it that day. It was on a Monday. He was at a TV taping, a Raw taping, and told me about it. And I was in shock. And I remember flying somewhere. I was going somewhere on JetBlue that night, and I watched the Raw episode from a plane. And the whole thing was shocking because at first we didn't know what happened. We thought that Benoit and his family were murdered. And then we come to find out that he murdered his family and then committed suicide. Horrific, shocking, heartbreaking. I mean, just an absolute insane story. Just insane. And very, very, very hard to come to grips with. And I will say, like Josh, I did stop watching for a very long time after that. I've even talked about that on this show, like how I was totally out, not watching. I knew nothing about NXT. I knew nothing about what was going on over there, Shinsuke Nakamura and Sasha Banks and Bayley. Like when that, I remember New York Rick was going to NXT event in Brooklyn and I knew nothing about it. Now obviously, keep up with it a little bit, but yeah, that was just, it was hard because you wondered how much wrestling had to do with what happened, the pain, the physical toll, the CTE, all that stuff. I mean, just as a sports fan, I mean, in wrestling, you see a lot of shocking things and a lot of heartbreaking things. This up there, Owen Hart was an absolute tragedy. This one also a tragedy, but it was just like, man, he did it. Like just crazy, criminal. Very, very tough. Very tough. There's Dark Side of the Ring episode on it that's really tough to watch as well. But yeah, that's how I found out. Aaron, hey Ariel, in the spirit of Danny Sabatello cursing up a storm of the show, I'd like to know what your favorite and most used curse word is. Please also relay the question to GC, New York Rick, and Mysterious Frank. Best regards from Milwaukee, Aaron. Why don't you go first, Mysterious Frank, because I noticed that you've been cursing a lot these days.
Is that true?
Yeah.
What do I say?
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable saying any of that on the air.
No, you don't have to say the...
It's a like a mix around the D and the F.
Okay.
When joining two words that are not nice, how do I describe it?
Yeah, it's a tough one. What about you, GC?
pretty frequent user of the F word.
Yeah.
I mix them all into my daily vernacular.
I don't curse, so I can't really answer the question. Gary, greetings, Lord Helwani. My question is short. Is there any reason why you haven't had Charles Oliveira on the show during this run? I feel like if he learned more English, he'd be one of the biggest stars in the game here in the U.S. Don't disagree. Of course, he already is in Brazil. Fellow Jew from the Big Apple here. Viva Helwani. I've probably asked his team 5 million times for him to come on. And look, he doesn't have to come on. But I will say part of the reason why I don't think he is as big as he could be is because he doesn't do any media. He hardly does any media. So yeah, I asked him before the last fight, after the last fight. Hard guy to pin down. Easy to get him when he was trying to get the title shot, but again, but yes, I have asked. It's not for a lack of trying, but and I don't think it's personal. They just say he doesn't want to do media. What can you do? Hello, hello. This is from Hello, hello. And I say hello, hello to you. If Max regains the title, Moreno wins the interim later this month, you think we could see Max Volk 4 and Moreno Figgy 4 on the same card before the end of the year? Same card? That's kind of cool. Yeah, sure. Why not? That'd be fun. Edward Sheehan, Ariel, have you any thoughts as to why China has not produced many fighters for the UFC? We have Weili Zhang, Yadong, the Leech as the most prominent fighters, but few else. They're coming along. I mean, there's a lot of countries that haven't produced. I mean, just look at, obviously China is gigantic, but it's coming along. It's coming along. You have a Chinese champion. We had one. They've got the Institute over there, so I don't know if there's a specific reason why, but, the sport needs to expand, and I know that there's the ties to martial arts, but I'd say it's coming along. Is there a reason why we don't see many East Indian fighters? It's hard to believe that in a country with nearly 1.4 billion people, there wouldn't be fighters coming out left and right. China was a massive market opportunity. India has nearly the same population. Very interesting question. I don't really know what the reason is. Again, it's coming along, but I would say that the sport was essentially born here in North America, and then it started to expand out, and this is just part of the expansion. You have to remember also, it was born in 1993, so it's not that old, and we're starting to see it spread to different, like, not that long ago, having an Australian champion was insane. New Zealand champion, insane. So I'd say give it, 10, 20 years, and you'll start to see a hell of a lot more champions from different countries. Sniffing out solutions, Sir Schnoz, looking for a possible hot take. I want to know who's your most overrated fighter in the UFC. For me, all love and great respect to the man, it would have to be DC. Get the F out of here. What are you talking about? How could you be overrated if you're a 2-division champion? Never truly won the light heavyweight belt, BS. Won the heavyweight belt with one punch that he couldn't defend in 2 later fights. What does that mean, he won in 1 punch? He freaking won the fight. What? Undoubtedly a great fighter, but legacy Hall of Famer, your opinion? Lewis adds, I believe if DC had considered the full options available to him for his Hall of Fame inductor or introducer, or even if DC comes correct in a speech, Sniffing Out Solutions may reconsider their opinion. Look, I don't know if he's going to mention me. I'm not holding my breath. If he mentions Ryan Clark and not me, I'm leaving. Okay, I just want to tell you that. I'm walking out. But that being said, you got to give the guy props. Won the light heavyweight title. It wasn't his fault that Jones was out. He did what he had to do. And then he goes up and he wins the heavyweight belt against the most decorated champion. Then he's in his 40s and he's hanging with him, and their last fight was super close. Get out of here. I think you can make a case for Ronda being one of the most overrated fighters. The level of competition wasn't as great, and she didn't end up being as good as people were saying at the time. Remember we were talking about her versus Floyd? Remember we were talking about her being Mike Tyson? Come on. Last one. Jesus, superb day to you and your crew, Mr. Helwani. Your betting streak might be ice cold at the moment. Thanks, Jesus. But our show-ending question streak is alive and well, flourishing even. I agree. I hope you're not missing your children too much, and keep in mind that they are probably having a blast on the trip. You're about to make me cry. I just keep thinking, like, what are they doing now? I'm not going to get to talk to them. I don't know. I sent them 3 emails already in less than 24 hours.
It's going to be all right.
It's tough, man. It really is tough. You know how I dread going away on trips? I'm actually really looking forward to the trip just so I don't have to walk past their empty room. It's tough.
That slays me.
Yeah. In previous shows, you've asked a lot of fighters what their thoughts were on their children following their path, most recently with Max. What is common in their responses is that they are usually never too excited about the idea. Being a high-level athlete is not for everyone, especially in the sport of MMA. I wonder how other high-level athletes in other sports think about the matter. If your children decide to pursue professional sports in the future, what are some things you'd like them to keep in mind when trying to pursue this goal? And how would you feel about the matter? Thank you to everyone in the show. Until next time, Viva Helwani. Now, I think he's talking about being an athlete as opposed to being an interviewer, right? Or is he trying to make the connection like how I would ask Max about his son fighting? How would I feel about my son following me in sports media? If it's that, I would say go for it. If it's being an athlete, I would say go for it. Obviously, the top 1% make it. So I would just say, have a fallback plan. But look, I would be a horrendous father, and I would be very hypocritical if I didn't let my kids do whatever they wanted to do, because my parents never said, are you sure about that? In fact, there were a couple times where I wanted to quit, and they persuaded me not to quit. Never questioned me, always supported me, never said it was a bad idea, never said, don't go to Syracuse, don't go to New York, don't go to this, don't go to that, never said it's time to give up, never said change your plans, never said it's time to, build a family, get married, this, that, never put any kind of pressure on me whatsoever. Couldn't have been more supportive even when they knew nothing of what I was doing or understood what I was doing. So I will be the same. I will have the same approach, and I can't wait to see what they do. But golly, I don't want that day to come anytime soon. My daughter is at home now. She's not at sleepaway camp, thank God, and I just want to freeze her. I want her to stay 5 forever. I can't even imagine what it's going to be like when she goes away. Yeah, my mom let us go away, move away, I don't even know how she handled that. It's very tough. And I know everyone goes through this. I'm not special, but they were walking. I was like, all right, so I'm going to see you in a month. I'm not going to talk to you, see you, nothing. Crazy. One thing though, did I mention this top of the show? I might have. Yes, I did. It's been a long day. I told my son to give me a thumbs up in the pictures, and he did, and it was incredible. So I hope he's having a great time. I hope they're having a great time, and I hope you all have a great time this weekend, whether you're watching Money in the Bank, whether you're watching UFC 276, whether you're watching the Hall of Fame, whether you're taking in all the great content. And if you're out there in Vegas land, come hang out with us Friday, 7:30. Those jabrones won't be there, but I will be there, hobnobbing it up, shaking hands, being a man of the people as I love to be. And who knows, maybe we'll have a Guinness together. Maybe we'll lay down a few, half, maybe 1/4.
The second half of the first.
Don't tell anyone that you're not drinking anymore.
It doesn't matter. Maybe we'll lay down a couple of these, a future bet on the Bills here, a future bet on the Knicks there, a future there, a future here. It's going to be great. For now, though, we're out of time. I always love the idea of people descending upon Las Vegas while listening to our show, choosing, like I said earlier, choosing to listen to us, choosing to watch this show, to listen to this show as they get ready for a big fight week. Now, I want to let everyone know, Monday, I will not be sitting here. It's July 4th. We will not have a live program here in the studio, but we will deliver for you. We will be doing a sort of makeshift show that we will post on the pod feed and maybe on YouTube, we're not quite sure, but there will be a show and we will let you all know how to consume it. We have to react to 276. Now, Wednesday, back to the regular deal, but because it's a national holiday and no one works on July 4th. And it's July 1st on Friday and I'll be working. It's Canada Day, but no one cares about me and my great country of Canada except for me. We won't have a show on Monday, but we will have a show for you. Does that make sense? I don't know if it makes sense. Again, I won't be in studio and it won't be the same old typical show, but there will be something for you to consume. From us, will be myself, GC, New York Rick may or may not show up. Frank will be there, yeah, I think so.
You'll miss it for the world.
We'll recap the International Fight Week draft, the fights, the results, the picks, so there'll be something for you to consume. Have no fear, you're at the beach, you're taking in the fireworks, whatever, don't worry. Just want to let you all know, and then Wednesday back in the studio. All right, thank you to all our guests. Thank you to Josh Emmett, appreciate him very much. Mateusz Gamrot, Eugene Bareman, Glover Teixeira, and of course, Valerie Loureda for coming in. Thank you very much to her, and congrats, you got it. Money in the Bank. I'll see you out there. Back next week, same time and place. Until then, I say peace. I'm out of here.